there somebody on the Zoom already? You're waiting to be admitted? Okay. I don't know. Test. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2.
Check 1, 2. Testing.
Here, test. I think that's good.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Good morning. Welcome to the public and to the commissioners. This is our 39th meeting of the Statewide Commission on Recycling Markets and Curbside Recycling. And this is our first meeting in person and hybrid. So I'm just delighted to finally see the faces of my fellow commissioners I've been serving with for almost 2 years now. And we did post on the agenda the teleconference locations for the commissioners who are not here at the Cali PA building in Sacramento. I do want to highlight that public comment portal is available for written comments. You can type in up to 150 words. And please note the agenda item. And when you get to the drop-down menu, please note it's for the California Recycling Commission. We've noticed some of the public comments are getting posted to the CalRecycle public meeting in other locations, but we are finding them and pulling them into the record. So I do want to read quickly some of the information that was posted on the agenda. We've got one item in particular, item number 13, which we've received over 320 comments as of half an hour ago. And I just want to remind everybody of how we're going to organize the meeting when we have that many comments. The time and order of agenda items are approximate and subject to change at the discretion of the commission chair to facilitate the effective transaction of business. The public may observe the meeting via public webcast online by accessing the meeting at the public meeting live webcast link. You can post your comments, and today we're actually going to allow the public, we've got the technical capacity for up to 100 people on Zoom. I would have liked more, but that's what we've got. To actually make public comments live. So we finally have that capacity, which I'm delighted to, hopefully it will work. The members of the public who wish to comment during the meeting may do so in person or again on the Zoom link provided at the beginning of the notice or using the public participation portal. During the live webcast, the commission chair at their discretion will apportion available time among those who wish to have their comments read aloud during the meeting. And please note that due to time constraints, written comments should be limited to 150 words or less. It should be noted that the commission will be unable to take any action on matters received from the public that have not been placed on the agenda. The commission will, however, determine whether action on such matters should be scheduled on a future agenda, which right now is for June 15th. And persons with disabilities that need assistance should be contacting Emily Zakowski at 916-445-4756 in advance of the meeting. So that's how we will organize. And I can tell you on agenda item 13, we've already again got 320 comments. CalRecycle staff has done a great job and actually organized them by categories because many of them are the same. But we've got 82 that are different. So we're going to have to figure out how to work on that and get through the item. So with that, we'll go ahead and start the roll call. I'll start with Commissioner Burchard. Good morning. Commissioner Cadena.
Present.
Commissioner Davis.
Yeah, I'm here.
Commissioner Dell.
Hello from Alhambra.
Wonderful. Great to hear you. Commissioner Dunleavy.
Here.
We're going to unfortunately miss Commissioner Ferrante today. She is got a medical situation and was not able to list where her location is. So unfortunately, we do not have her participation today, despite her wanting to participate. Commissioner Kalpikoff. Is he on? Okay, I think he was coming, so maybe he's caught in traffic. Commissioner Lapis.
Good morning.
Good morning. Commissioner Medrano.
Good morning, I'm here.
Great. And Commissioner Osagura.
Good morning.
Good morning. And myself, present. Commissioner Schneider, I see you're on.
Present from Millbrae Council Chambers.
Wonderful. And Commissioner Sky.
Good morning.
Good morning. Commissioner Toyota.
Good morning.
Wonderful. And we're also unfortunately going to be missing our vice chair today, Commissioner Richard Valle. He also had a medical condition and was unable to get, and it was under the 10-day notice. So where he is located, he's just listening. And then Commissioner Ward.
Here, good morning.
Good morning. So we do have the majority of our members here. Unfortunately, we're missing two but we will proceed. So with that, we'll move on to agenda item number 2, which is to review and approve the meeting notes from the last 2 meetings, March 16th and April 6th. And I would like to open it up if there are any commissioners who would like to speak to the March 16th or April 6th commission meeting minutes. And I'd like to welcome Commissioner Kapikoff, who just made it all the way from, I think, Tulare. So are there any commissioners that have comments on the meeting minutes? I think Commissioner Dell, you're physically raising your hand. I'm glad I saw that, but I think we're going to try to use the hand raising function so the CalRecycle can point that out to me, but I will definitely, there we go. Perfect. Commissioner Dell.
Okay, just to clarify, do we need to be on our laptops to raise our hand, or do we physically raise our hands? Okay, Kobe has agreed to raise my hand for me. That's good. So my question is regarding the meeting minutes, and it's procedural. Was there a rule where in order to put something on the next agenda for a meeting, we actually had to raise it in the prior meeting and say, hello, I'd like to have this on the agenda?
If my understanding of the way we set this up was that there were 2 ways to get things on the agenda, that commissioners could submit a policy proposal to the chair to put on the agenda, or at the public meeting, we could bring it up and ask that things be put on the agenda. That was my understanding. And we had a large gap, as you know, between the last meeting and this meeting because of the being told literally in the middle, well, at the beginning of the last meeting that we were unable to vote or take any votes on the items that were on that agenda.
Okay.
Okay, are there any comments on the meeting minutes, or can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve. Second.
Great, and all commissioners, I think at this point, we can go ahead and just look at raised hands, I guess, unless there's, or ask, and also ask, is everybody okay with both sets of meeting minutes? Let me ask that. Looking around, everybody's good? Everybody's good, hands are up, good. Is there anybody who's opposed to adopting these 2 meeting minutes? Commissioner Toyota, I think you're clapping. Great.
I really like the minutes. I'll get that.
Great. What a wonderful start to the meeting. Thank you. Okay, so with that, we've approved both sets of meeting minutes. Thank you, commissioners. So now we'll move on to agenda item number 4, which is the policy that we first adopted, extending producer responsibilities framework for household hazardous waste. This was originally authored by myself and Commissioner Ward. We went over this again in detail yesterday for final cleanup based on the comments from the last meeting. So I'll turn it over to Commissioner Ward.
Chair Sanborn, we skipped the public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. I certainly did, didn't I? That was number 3. Okay, I'm sorry. Are there any public comments?
Yes, there are a couple of public comments that have come through the portal. And for the public, if they want to raise their hand on Zoom for this, we will take those as well. But the first public comment, no author, it says stop single-use plastics, go towards recycling water cartons, utensils, stop single-use plastics, use recycling materials. The second public comment is also no author, is we must do everything we can to eliminate plastic on Earth. The third public comment here from Waste Not Nevada, Shirley Frericks, is, have you updated the recycling plastics legislation bill's scorecard? That was helpful and still would be. Which ones are most vital for us to do advocacy for?
Before you go on, can I ask, what is the scorecard? Does anybody know? Okay, so just for the mic, I think somebody's saying it might be the Green California scorecard. Correct. I think it is too. Okay, I think it's that's the Green California scorecard that the environmental groups do, but it'd be helpful to know specifically if there's a different one. Thank you.
And then the last public comment for this right now is from Sally Houghton from PRCC, is what is CalRecycle doing to help the California reclaimers stay competitive with imported flake and resin? Why are they sunsetting the PMDP payments when it should be increased to 20 million to help the RPET production to meet mandated content?
So just to be sure, I heard that. Why are they sunsetting what? PMs?
PMDP payments.
Okay.
Chair,
Okay.
the plastic market development payments are the subsidies paid to the California reclaimers and reprocessors that take PET flake bottles, turn it into thermoforms or other bottles. So it's a subsidy, and it's through statute that it's set to sunset June 30th. Currently, it's at $10 million per year, and it was originally set at $20 million. And this is a subsidy that has provided, I would estimate over $200 million to build the California infrastructure for PET reclamation facilities, so we can recycle the PET plastic bottles here in California.
Thank you. And is that it for the public comments? Okay, wonderful. And I was just, oh, I'm sorry, Kobe, Commissioner Sky?
I was just wondering if folks could identify themselves when they're speaking, because from where we're viewing, there's just tiny little people in a very small box, so we can't tell who's speaking.
Will do. Thank you. This is the chair. Okay. And I did want to say that I'm suspecting that comment about the scorecard could be about the scorecard we had of the bills in the actual report. So Commissioner Ward and I will make sure that that is updated if that's what they were referring to. Again, if you could send me an email, heidi@nsaction.us, I'll make sure I follow up on that. Thank you. Okay, so that was agenda item 3. Now, we were going to move to agenda item number 4, but I do see that Director Maki Wagner is here. I believe she's got an emergency situation that has arisen, so I just want to make sure she has time and can have the floor as long as she can stay with us. And we'd love to have you.
Yeah, I apologize.
Life happens.
Good morning, Commission, and all of us joining remotely. It is such a pleasure to see you all in person. It's so fun to see people in real life. People really do look different in real life than they do remotely. And it's just a real pleasure to be with you guys here today. Apologies that I can't stay terribly long. We've had an urgent situation out in the field today that I have to go deal with this morning, but wanted to mark this historic day where the Recycling Commission is joining us in real life person here in the Cal EPA building. And that is really very, very exciting for all of us at Cal Recycle to have you all here. And for those of you that are joining remotely, it is a pleasure to still see your smiling faces, some smiling faces. It might be too early to be smiling. I know that you're also taking a very important vote today on the policy recommendations that you have made, and really want to note again that the policy recommendations that you all have made are an incredible work product. What you have done to bring a very thoughtful process and very thoughtful list of recommendations that I think far exceed the expectation that the legislature had when constructing the Recycling Commission is really a testament to how much each and every one of you individually and as a group have dedicated your time and made a commitment to really helping California move forward with not only improving our recycling process, but really contemplating and thinking about what is it that we need to do to build the circular economy here in California. And with all of the expertise that each of you bring from your sectors, how do you contribute to helping us take on the next obstacles in building that circular economy? And as per usual, when I join all of you, I much rather this be a conversation than me opining on anything, because I think there's a far greater product that comes out of a conversation than one person spouting off their opinions for half an hour. So just wanted to join you this morning for 8 more minutes and have a conversation and see if there was anything specific that you guys wanted to talk about today, since we're all together.
Well, I'll start off by asking a quick question that's, I think, at top of mind for all of us, since this is the end of 2 years of service on the commission. And the original letter, I believe, said it was a 2-year, and the law said 2 years, and then be considered for more. Do you have a vision for where this commission goes in the next years to come?
What an incredibly thoughtful question. I would expect no less from our esteemed chair. Yes, I have been talking to our staff within our policy unit and our program staff. How do we build? The question before the staff is how to build on the incredible work that all of you have done, and how do we take what you have done and take it to the next step? So what we would like to do is really contemplate some specific questions that we are still formulating in the next 2-year term, if you will, of the Recycling Commission, building off of what you've put forward here. And so I don't really want to talk about it today because you guys are voting on what you've done over the last 2 years. So the next step then will be, and what I would ask is that for any and all of you that want to continue this incredible commitment, to let me know, please send me a letter letting me know. I have heard from other stakeholders who would like to join the commission. And so we may look at reformulating the commission around some specific questions with some new stakeholders at the table. But I didn't want to get into too much detail about that prior to you completing the work that you're doing here today. But yes, we've been talking a lot about it. You guys have really set a very high standard for what happens next. And so we really want to make sure that that carries on.
Fantastic. Thank you. Any commissioners have a question? Or comments for, yes, Commissioner Ward and then Commissioner Lopez?
Thanks again for coming to our meeting. Nice to see you in person.
Nice to see you in person.
I'm wondering specifically as we're crafting the next report that's due at the end of the month, I'd very much like to incorporate in there a response to all of the various things we've asked CalRecycle to do. And I'd like that to be in a table format, similar to how we've summarized the Commission's proposals making their way into legislative proposals. I would very much not want to have this next report, having issued 3 already, not have anything to say about what CalRecycle has done in response to some of our requests. And specifically, I'd like to ask if there are any plans to do a producer-oriented outreach, as I've suggested in the proposal for waste prevention. And I'm wondering if there's any thoughts about making progress on that?
So it's a little bit of a struggle for us. We will be sending you a response to each of the recommendations. It's a little bit of a struggle for us because, as you know, you're statutorily set up as an independent advisory council on policy. And that advisory role is both to CalRecycle, but primarily to the legislature. They have asked you to opine on some very difficult recycling questions to help them consider where they should go moving forward on legislation. So it's tricky. We've had a lot of conversations as we've reviewed this report. And quite frankly, I will take the blame for this. I'm not comfortable with a lot of the verbiage that has been sent to me in terms of how we would comment on the proposals that you all have put forward. Because you are an independent board, it's really important for us to maintain your independence while also advising on what the department is doing in our capacity. So we will send you a table moving forward. I don't know that it's going to be as robust as you would like it to be perfectly honest with you, Commissioner Ward. I feel, again, it's really important for us to honor and the statute as it was written, and honor the independence of this particular commission. But also advise on how your work has influenced our work. So we're trying to figure out the best way to state that so that, as we know, a lot of the comments that come into the commission are, our stakeholders feel like they're one and the same. And we need to make sure that people understand that your commission is independent on purpose, right? That as stakeholders of the communities that are affected by the policies that we make, that we show that independence. So I've been struggling a little bit about that for the last couple of months, and our poor staff has been working really hard, and they keep sending me drafts. I'm like, that's not quite it. And I can't quite give them the exact verbiage that I want, so they keep coming back. But we will be submitting a table to the commission that you can incorporate into your report.
Well, Commissioner Lopez and then Commissioner Davis.
I just wanted to thank you for helping to organize this meeting. I realize the logistics of an in-person meeting with multiple locations are not easy, so I just want to thank you.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner Lapis. It's really the incredible staff at Cal Recycle who are working really hard. Again, we really appreciate the incredible commitment and dedication that each and every one of you has made individually and as a group. And as a reflection of that, really want to help make sure that you have the tools that you need in order to do this incredible work. So thank you for that acknowledgement. That really goes to the staff here at Cal Recycle. But it is so great to have you all here in person. It is really, I know we're not joined with by anybody else, but we will be someday, and it will be amazing and a robust conversation. And as somebody who worked in the legislature for a lot of years, I have a great deal of appreciation of the public process that you all are embarking on today.
Bridget, in the circular economy workshop that you held, there was a reference to a report that Cal Recycle received on circular economy, and I cannot find that on the website. How would I?
Maybe the book? Sorry.
How would I go about getting?
I can send you, or we can send you the title of the book. So the presentation that was done by Accenture, who has spent probably a good decade doing research on the circular economy. And they have two books, the first of which I read a couple of years ago called Waste to Wealth. And it's a series of basically case studies of how the principles of a circular economy have been integrated into individual businesses, large and small. And it is really incredible. For those of us who are super wonky on this subject, it'll be a good read, and how it actually produces more economic benefit, both it's not only cost savings, but revenue generating. And then the second one was called the Circular Economy Handbook. And it really, it's like the circular economy 101 on what are the principles of a circular economy and why. And then it has some more case studies. So maybe start with that one.
Was there a specific Cal Recycle report? Maybe I misunderstood. Okay.
No, we have not done it.
Okay.
It was just this incredible. So after reading their first book, I had the opportunity to meet with some of their consultants and was just so impressed. And then they came and did a presentation for our RMDZ zone administrators, I don't know, 6 months ago or so. And I said, this really needs to be made available to the wider audience. Would you guys mind coming and doing a presentation for, just open to the public? So that's how all of that came about.
Okay. It seems to me that, getting concurrence over what we're talking about might be helpful. So I'll look forward to
100% agree. That was step one.
Yeah.
Probably a lot of steps. I'm not counting them just yet.
Yeah. Big topic.
Big topic, but it was a good first step. Hopefully.
Yeah.
Commissioner Dunleavy.
Good morning, Director Wagner. Thank you. A comment earlier about the plastic market development payments sunsetting.
Yeah.
I understand that's through legislation. Is that something that could be incorporated into the budget change proposal that might go a little quicker than going through the legislative process? Because it represents probably 20 companies, 2,000 employees in California that are truly participating in the circular economy before it was called the circular economy.
As you know, Commissioner Dunleavy, I can't take position on the budget or the budget process or specific pieces of legislation, but on a technical basis, to answer your question, yes, that is something that could be incorporated into the budget should the members of the legislature choose to incorporate that into the budget. As you know, at Cal Recycle, we are very supportive of additional funds being spent out of the beverage container recycling fund that facilitates, again, the base of the circular economy, which is building out the markets and building out the technology and the best technologies for that circular economy. So I think if you put those two statements together, you might get the answer to the question you had. On a technical basis. Nick, you heard me.
And while you're speculating, you might consider continuing the authorization for the plastic quality incentive payment, that
the
$10
CLIP
million
as well.
authorization, because I think it's under subscribed at this point. So.
Again, when Cal Recycle worked with the Department of Finance to put together the budget change proposal that you saw in April, there were three key, and maybe this is where I'll close, because this is really where the department is going here in the future and why the work that you all have done is so critically important to advising us. When we put together that budget change proposal for the spring, there were three basic concepts that we integrated into that proposal. One, all Californians should have access to the infrastructure and the programs that we run. The beverage container recycling program, not being the least of which, or maybe being the most of which, because it's the one that people really associate with recycling. We need to increase access. We need to do that in a way that really integrates what California does best, which is technology and innovation. And it is time for us to innovate in the system. And we need to provide a true circular system that is from start to finish meant to take those containers and put them into their next life and the next life after that. That this is not a one-time circular system, but rather something that is truly circular, where from the minute that that first can was made, it lives forever and ever and ever as a can. So that budget change proposal and the pieces in it were meant to really hit those three key components of what we see are the base of any circular system: access, innovation, and growth of markets. And we are very interested in continuing the conversation with the legislature on how to get that done in the budget this year and meet all three of those marks in the context of that program. But I think that that really is, if you look at that, is really the key to where California needs to go in building a circular economy. And in a very controversial statement that Zoe's too far away from me to kick me on, to moving to a zero waste system in the state of California. And that's really the vision that we should be having and really where we would like to start focusing. And so with that, unless there's any other questions, I have to run off
I'll
to a
just
meeting.
add the bag drop programs that we're going to see in Maine next month are amazing too, for the bottle bill.
Exactly. A lot of innovation that's happening that we need to embrace, and we need to, and I know you're going to have, God, Zoe is wishing right now she was a little bit closer. I know you guys are going to have a conversation about chemical recycling here in a little bit. And I know that's a very controversial
Advanced molecular,
conversation.
whatever they call
It's
it.
just leave it over to smack me. But this is an important conversation, because what does innovation look like? And what are the principles of innovation that we need to integrate into our systems? And rather than focusing specifically on technologies that we do or don't like, what are the principles of technology that we do want to see in California so that we can really encourage innovation in all of our systems?
Thank you. And or do you have any more time? Because I know Commissioner Ward had a quick.
Real quick.
Real quick, I just, and the things that you listed that were critical to making our recycling systems work, I really think product design and packaging design is hypercritical and has not been addressed generally in terms of guidance about how we're getting into the heads of the people who are designing those things, because we are seeing packages that embed and embody contaminants that are expensive to remove, and they increase the cost.
That I love that that's where we're ending. So Heidi knows this about me, Nick knows this about me, but I, in working in the legislature, spent a lot of my time on toxics policy and doing green chemistry. And that is the intention of design is the first principle of green chemistry. And we would like to integrate that into our recycling systems as well. So that was a beautiful place to end. So thank you all so very, very much for having me today. Sorry to upend your schedule. Appreciate the accommodation. And again, thank you so much for being here today. This just, it inspires me so much to go take on what's going to be a very brutal day.
Well, thank you so much for being here. Sorry about the emergency, but we always appreciate having you. Thank you for caring. And all right, be safe. Okay. All right. Well, that was wonderful to have Director here with us as long as she could be. So with that, I think we'll go ahead and move on to agenda item 4 and go back to the household hazardous waste policy, which has been heard many times. It was actually the first one we adopted. We just made some minor edits. So Commissioner Ward, give us a.
I'd be happy to share my screen if I could. I seem to be waiting for the commission to accept me on the Zoom or the go-to meeting. Okay, that's what I had done. It says waiting for the AB 1583 commission.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah, we're on Zoom now.
Chat amongst yourselves.
Okay, so then I can quickly go through this while Commissioner Ward is pulling the actual language up. We brought this up at the last meeting and got some feedback. We tightened it up, made it prettier, hopefully clearer to read. But basically, this is saying that the proposal is that we have, our priority is that we have EPR for all household hazardous waste. And do that first because that is toxic, dangerous, expensive. Can't really recycle. Even the containers are an issue, which is something that we added because when you put toxics in a container, that container then becomes contaminated. I think Commissioner Dell has brought that to our attention over and over again about the importance of that. Then it says establishing number 2 in order of priority, establishing EPR programs for the product categories below that reduce known fire and operational hazards. The reason we're prioritizing is because the legislature sometimes can't do the big thing. So sometimes they will go with bits and batteries, and explosive hazards include the batteries, the propane cylinders, and marine flares. We specifically listed as priorities. Okay, and it looks
I'm
like,
now up.
okay,
Yeah.
Commissioner Ward is pulling it up there. Beautiful. So,
Whoa.
little feedback, so we'll just turn off the mic. Perfect.
So I should stop sharing.
Okay,
I think you're seeing it.
okay, are you, nope. Yeah. Okay, now we got it. Good, good, good.
So you want me to stop sharing?
He's got it, I think, or
Yeah, well, you're already got
is Dave,
Well,
oh,
I-
I'm
I can
sorry. I
edit
thought,
though,
I
so.
wasn't sure who was on. Anyway, he'll pull it back up. Aerosol cans was the second. Rooftop voltaic systems. As you know, the state is trying desperately to get to a clean energy future. And there's a lot of solar. I know in our SMUD district, we've got 5% plus right now. Homes have solar. So we've got to have a collection system for managing those and the battery walls for the new clean energy programs. We're putting large batteries in garages and homes, and they need an end of life program. And then the third priority was banning the sale of products or require the take back when needed. There we go. And then updating the requirements for labeling, which we discussed on labeling before, but we did discuss specifically for hazardous products, possibly some labeling changes, color coding, or other labels on those packages that should inform customers regarding how to identify when a product container is emptied and proper management of the empty container after product use. Because again, we don't want plastic containers carrying malathion to end up in a baby bottle and getting recycled. So those were the edits. Do any of the commissioners have any changes, or Commissioner Lapis and then Commissioner Davis?
This is a really good document. A couple, I guess, somewhat minor changes. One is, I noticed we were calling out the battery walls, but not EV batteries.
Because they're not attached. Because they were not attached to the house. We did discuss that. But the automobile is not a household generated waste. Battery wall, we assumed because it was actually in the home. It's probably in that gray zone, but so is probably the solar panels.
I just feel like that's probably going to be on the short list of things the legislature looks at, would be EV batteries, and there have been several bills introduced. So
Yep.
it seems like it would make sense to include it here as well.
As a household hazardous waste?
Yeah,
That's really the question.
that is a good question.
And I'm not sure. But I assumed if it wasn't attached to the home, like a PV or a battery wall, it would not be considered a household generated hazardous waste.
Yeah, I honestly didn't really think about that. Curious what other.
It
folks
rolls
think.
away.
It would just be weird to not include it on this list with other similar things like the battery walls.
I think if you look at the end of life of a vehicle, right, and you take that vehicle, most folks don't park that vehicle in their house when they get to the next car. Usually trade that in, right? So it turns more into an industrial commercial type of material than a household hazardous waste.
I'm completely open and think it would be great to do a separate policy on those auto batteries if we thought that that was under our purview. That was the discussion Ted and I have. It's not right or wrong, just what we discussed.
And just conceptually, I could certainly see a concept of contractor generated hazardous waste, It's not exactly household, because you would expect if you're going to remove a battery wall, you're not doing that as a home project. Similarly, dismantling an electric vehicle. There are a few people, of course, that would do that, but mostly I'd think that would be managed through contractors, and then we could have requirements associated with knowledge about how to do that so that it doesn't cause a fire, et cetera.
Point well taken. It does seem like it would be a whole separate policy. And I'm just thinking the last time I was up here was 2 years ago when we were starting the lithium ion battery task force, and don't necessarily want to have to recreate that wheel here.
But Commissioner Lapis, I think it's an extremely important topic though.
Yeah.
Because as we move towards electrification and the number of vehicles are increasing, a number of trucks will be increasing across the board in California. So there definitely is a need to take a look at a policy. I don't know if specifically here at a household, but when we all start turning in our electric vehicles, what happens? And definitely something to address.
And then one more minor point. Under the explosive hazards A, where we list the lithium ion batteries, we say reusable products with lithium ion batteries. I think it should be any products. I think it's actually probably a greater concern for disposable products with lithium ion batteries, like single-use vapes.
Perfect. That reusable, good catch. Anything else? Okay. Commissioner Davis?
Yeah, actually, my comment might relate to some of the discussion you just had. The battery wall, my battery wall is actually lithium iron, and it's not considered to be a hazardous material. So two thoughts is there are alternatives to lithium ion, and we should maybe call out having, giving some prioritization. You wouldn't want to treat lithium iron as you would lithium ion, and it's not a hazardous material. So I'm not sure how to incorporate that into the battery wall, but the battery wall assumes all battery walls, seems to assume all battery walls include hazardous material. And then secondly,
I'm sorry, I'm hearing a little feedback. Is it just me?
Yeah,
It's through the system in the room. Is there anybody else that has their computer on that might?
I just muted Commissioner Snyder. Let's see if that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and then by calling out lithium ion batteries on the battery wall, it gives you the opportunity to address other uses of lithium ion batteries. It's not just in the battery wall, and there's not a big difference, I don't believe, between vehicle batteries and battery wall batteries. The battery wall batteries may be a little larger in some instances. So you might be able to accomplish what you want with the rewrite of that section. I'd be glad to suggest some language.
So should we just say products that use home battery storage for energy? And we not get into the chemistry, because the chemistries are constantly changing. We want them all back, and they'll all have, maybe. So we could just take out products used for at-home energy storage.
Yeah, some are hazardous and some are not, but we still want to be able to recover.
No, that was an excellent point.
from them, so.
Just trying to figure out how to change the words.
I added a note of
Such as battery walls, instead of those used for, must urgently incorporate design. See, and I'm not sure, and this was a conversation Commissioner Ward and I had yesterday. I don't know if you disassemble these batteries. I think they're just in one.
Again, the information I had was several months old, but what I had surmised from what I was reading was that one of the major barriers to doing more recovery of lithium ion batteries is the potential hazard associated with them breaking as they're trying to be disassembled. So if you don't design them in a way that they can be disassembled, then those materials are lost. Recycling becomes a more hazardous profession. And so with any recycled product, you need to think about how the workers are going to be separating those materials for recovery when they leave the market.
So I think basically we're there. We just need to make some minor refinements to this last sentence on battery walls. But I think we're also into an area that we don't really know. And unless we speak to battery wall manufacturers, which I know I don't have time to do, I think we just keep it general that we want these materials attached to homes to have a take back program. We should be thinking about this as a state. Because we are pushing green energy. And I know at our utility, at SMUD, we're even giving incentives for people to get solar plus storage.
We did add words to indicate that not all battery walls are hazardous. So I think that it could work this way.
Okay, so now it reads products used for energy storage, such as those used for battery walls. Well, that doesn't make sense. So we'd say products used for energy storage, such as battery walls. I would say home energy storage. Because this is household hazardous.
I just want to make a comment that Commissioner Sky and then Commissioner Schneider also have their hands raised. And Commissioner Schneider, if you click on the reactions button, there should be a raise hand option.
Such as battery. So we can take out 4 battery walls. Must urgently incorporate design. I wouldn't say disassembly. I would just say design changes to ensure, to ensure easy and affordable recovery or something.
If you want it, since the policy focuses on HHW,
Yeah.
are you wanting to focus the recommendation on HHW or all batteries? And if it's HHW focused, then you just add that to the last sentence,
Well,
clarify it.
And this is a good question. Maybe we should ask for a clarification, a data request. Are battery walls considered household hazardous waste? Or solar panels? I think this is a weird gray area. And I'm looking at Zoe because is that something that we can ask is for some clarification from Cal Recycle and DTSC that what are they? Are they considered hazardous, household hazardous waste?
We can take this back as a data request and let you know what we can provide.
Thank you. That would be helpful. Okay. So for now, we'll have that data request in. We've made some changes and we've got, I think, Commissioner Schneider and then Commissioner Sky.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry, I don't have a reaction button on this laptop. Going back to EV batteries and coming from Silicon Valley, where we have a great number of people who are DIYers for all things technical, I would think we should come back and address that. I think that they're going to be EV batteries in people's back in their garages. I think when we used to do household hazardous waste, we discovered that we had remote oil changing businesses who would bring in 50-gallon drums to San Jose's HHW events. Just because we don't think people were doing it doesn't mean there aren't people out there self-doing it in their homes, which would move those car EV batteries into HHW.
Okay, so whenever commissioners are ready, somebody can submit a proposal on EV batteries. Sounds like we got support for that. And commissioners,
Can I suggest, since there is a whole extra report on EV batteries specifically, we maybe reference it somehow or
yeah, I mean, just to get ready for the July 1 report, I would say this is a good conversation, and any commissioner that wants to start putting together a proposal, you've got the model format. And I meant to say this to Commissioner Dell. I'm sorry, I forgot to mention it earlier when you asked about how things get on the agenda, because we decided a long time ago too, the public could propose a policy, and we put the actual model format on the Google Drive so everybody can download that and submit a proposal to the commission, which we would bring up at the beginning of the meeting and then decide how the commission would handle it. So those are the 3 ways actually.
And Chair Sanborn, I mean, I look at also in that type of policy, there needs to be a connector to everything. I look at my personal experience. You start out with the home solar panels, then you have the connector to your EV vehicle, and the batteries on your wall. But I don't know if we are connecting all those together, that each one of those elements needs to be recycled. So I sometimes find myself, okay, when my panels have gone 20 years, knock on wood that I'm still healthy, what do I do with that? Then what I do with the power wall, then the car. But it's all in a conversation of creating energizing your home in the most green way.
Yep.
So, anyway, I mean, just to comment that
Considered
it
virtual power
involves-
plants.
It is, yes, you have solar panels, power walls, the vehicle, and everything connected together.
Yep, and my new vehicle is actually, the Fisker is going to be able to charge the house. So that it'll pull sun down and then I'll be able to charge the house when the power goes out, if it ever goes out, which it doesn't much in SMUD territory, but, okay, so I think we're done almost with this one. We've got proposals and ideas to do batteries, auto batteries in a separate proposal, taking out the disassembly language. And I think this is basically ready, and taking out specific focus on chemistries. So, and reusable, okay? All right, so with that, I think we're done, and we're gonna just wait to hear from the department if there's any clarification from DTSC and CalRecycle as to whether these things are household hazardous waste or something else. Very good, well, thank you, that's great, and then that would be,
Do we need formal action? This is an update of an existing policy.
well, have we finished all the language changes? Because if it is,
except for
then
the
we're
link
done.
To the EV report, EV battery report as suggested by Commissioner Lapis.
Oh, do you wanted to link it from this report?
Maybe as a footnote.
Okay,
We don't have to.
I just think it's not attached to the house, that's the clarifying thing for me.
And I concur that in general, it's been a good discussion, but it really does convince me that we kind of need a separate policy addressing this.
I don't think anybody would consider it household hazardous waste, a car
Yeah, so
battery.
I think it's okay now, but I do think there's a gap in terms of, there's more room for advice on those issues.
Well, we can start a list of next report. Policies to take up. Because if that's the case, then we're almost done. So we can take the link out to the EV report that highlighted. Now, what does it say? Size limitation, we've got a question mark under photovoltaics. Focused on solar panels larger than, if you go up to solar panels, there you go. That last parentheses.
Just for my benefit, could you change, says hazardous materials used in manufacturing of battery homes, could you say some battery homes?
Okay.
Probably.
Yeah, right, some, yeah, because the iron is not considered hazardous.
Right.
Yeah. And those are becoming more popular. They're using them on the islands, Palau.
Well, yeah, if you put a lithium ion in a garage, you have to go through a very process.
Is this done then? We're running, we're gonna get short on time. So is there anything else?
Yeah, we need the size limitation or dimension or watts. Anybody more familiar with solar panels?
Is it, do we really?
That was a note.
To me, I would just take it out because to me, a solar panel that goes on a household roof is a solar panel. That goes on a household. We can't be experts in every detail of everything. We're just giving advice. Okay. And then we'll just take out that in yellow. And with that, then I think we are done. And if we do vote on this language right now, this would be it. It would go into the report as final because we've heard this many
Right.
times and gone over and over. Commissioner Dunleavy, you have a comment?
Yes, thank you. Could you scroll down to the ban, sale of products and take back? So what we're doing is we're recommending a ban on the sale of vapes, marine flares, and fluorescent lamps with this policy.
Correct. And that hasn't changed for several cycles of edits.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very, very broad policy. I'm not going to be comfortable with recommending bans or required take back if it's because it's gone from household hazardous waste to just a lot of things. And now we're doing bans on products that have been sold for years and years. I don't know if we delete that because again, we're getting into a lot of different things that have expanded beyond the normal scope of household hazardous waste items.
Well, let's
I
take it one
disagree,
at a
sir.
time. Let's take it one at a time. So the first is marine flares. Now, marine flares, I think you could question whether they're considered household hazardous waste. The problem is, again, nobody's taking responsibility for them and they're showing up at household hazardous waste facilities. And they're very, very dangerous. In fact, they have to be exploded with sheriff's explosion equipment. And when they're not properly managed, people are throwing them overboard and they have perchlorate, which is a highly poisonous chemical in water. So this has been and there's an alternative of battery signals. So that's why to us, it seemed like, why are they still selling them? There's no way for people to manage them safely. They are coming back to hazardous waste facilities who cannot manage them. The cost of these programs is outrageous. I think the one they did in Alameda was $24,000 for just not very many of these flares. Then on the single-use vaping products, those have reusable vaping products. So there's an alternative on the market now, and they don't need to make them disposable. They're choosing to. So we thought those could go away, and that could eliminate an entire cause of lithium ions getting into the trash. And then the fluorescent lamps contain mercury. They use twice as much energy as the LEDs. They last half as long. So energy-wise, and for the mercury, and the Mahatma Convention has said these things should go away by 2025 in the world. They're being dumped in Africa and other countries, which is really unfair. And by the way, they're not being made in the US. They're being made out of country, and there's EJ issues around the exposures of people in these plants. So we thought these things were easy to ban the sale of in California, or encourage for all those reasons. But if other commissioners disagree, but this has been in there for quite some time in this policy.
I can say certainly in rural areas, these are all issues that show up in our household hazardous waste programs. So if you don't have a household hazardous waste program, then I suggest that become familiar with the folks who do run them. And particularly marine flares in a boating community like ours, without a good disposal options, people will store them in their boat sheds, and that's where they'll stay forever. And then when the fire department gets called out to try to deal with a boat shed on fire, now they've got an explosive hazard that spreads the fire further because there isn't a reasonable disposal option. So those kinds of things, we really should have a policy addressing very specifically.
Yeah, I think a producer responsibility to pay for the cost of those services, but to go into bans like this, I'm just not comfortable with it at this point.
Can I ask a clarifying question, Jeff? For all three, or is one of the three giving you a hang up?
I think all three. I definitely encourage the producer responsibility to pay for the cost when these show up at the HHW facilities, at the transfer stations, at the landfill. I've been involved in HHW cleanup events, operating HHW facilities. I've seen these. I've seen the exposure to employees. I understand the hazards. I just think having the producer responsibility versus going for the bans at this point.
Hello from Alhambra.
Oh, go right ahead, Commissioner Dell. And then
We
Sky.
have our hands up down here. I think we tend to get forgotten a little bit.
Sorry.
I support Commissioner Dunleavy's concern, and I would request that this also be taken out. I think that this is an issue that should be led by DTSC. I think we're overreaching. It's too anecdotal. Let's do this in a serious way. Let's comprehensively look through all of the issues that we're finding in recycle bins. Let's sit down with DTSC and make a plan, look what the issues are. Just in this last discussion, I'm just hearing a lot of anecdotal information about batteries or this and that. And this was, it's an overreach, and it's not a comprehensive way or serious way to go about just throwing the word ban in. I'd like to ban styrofoam, but I don't bring that up here. It has all kinds of issues too. There's other things I'd like to ban, right? And to just start throwing out the word ban for toxics should absolutely be done in collaboration with DTSC. So maybe the policy would be to explore a some arrangement, comprehensive study between DTSC and Cal Recycle to look at the top contaminants of concern and create management plans for them or something like that, but not to just anecdotally name some things to ban.
Anybody else? Commissioner Lapis?
Yeah, I respectfully disagree. I know for two of the products, for both the batteries and the vapes, that's been introduced in legislation in California that many of us have supported, partially in response to this commission recommending it
And the
last
lamps.
year. And in the case of the disposable vapes especially, I just cannot imagine a scenario in which we should be putting highly flammable batteries that are rechargeable into products that are meant to be used and tossed. There's no way we will ever recover them at a rate that will not significantly undercut our whole recycling system. So I think that is a very clear-cut one. I have less experience with marine flares, but the arguments make sense to me.
I believe Commissioner Schneider had her hand raised.
Oh, Commissioner Schneider, go ahead.
Thank you. I agree with Commissioner Lapis. At the local level where we are dealing with those, they do have an option. It's ban or a take back program. So existing manufacturers can still go to a take back program and take these products back. But we're seeing a huge number of vaping products show up. Fluorescent, hopefully that we're through that cycle. So I would support it as written.
Okay, well, we're a consensus-based organization. We have voted on this particular language multiple times unanimously. And now we've got two commissioners who are having issues with the language. So I would ask the two commissioners, are you after hearing others in the same position that you were at the beginning, or are you where you were when you voted on it before?
Why hasn't DTSC recommended that these be banned?
I'm sure you've heard in the news, DTSC has been through a whole lot of gyrations the last few years, and they just actually added a board and seated them. And I watched some of their first meeting, I think it was last week. So they've been criticized, highly criticized for failure to do a whole lot of things. And I don't think this is household hazardous waste is part of the contamination of our system. And it's part of what we have to deal with on the solid waste side. So this has never been a question before, so I'm not quite sure why it's coming up now.
Chair Sanborn, can I suggest some language that may help to bring us back to consensus to
Please.
soften the language a little bit? Can we say, instead of fit this category, may fit this category? And then we recommend that California consider banning the sale of such products. Would that address your concern, so that we're recommending that these types of products are ones California should consider banning?
Can we put a comment about how DTSC should, ultimately they're responsible, right?
Well, no, that's the big question. And that's always been the problem, is that Cal Recycle does the HHW grants and DTSC does the Form 303 and the reporting. And it's always been confusing. I think it's always been a problem that it's kind of straddled two agencies under Cal EPA, and it's never been crystal clear who's in charge. But I can say I've never seen DTSC ban, unless somebody can share an example with me. Household hazardous.
Can I ask for another statement that we recommend that Cal Recycle and DTSC form a joint collaborative to work on these issues together?
But isn't this recommendation to the legislature? So it should be the legislature that decides who to assign.
We recommend to the legislature that they ask those two groups to talk to each other.
Well,
And come up with
I'm not comfortable with that. And the reason I'm not comfortable with that is that sounds like the green chemistry program that was passed in the Fuhrer bill in 2006, which did technically allow DTSC to prohibit the sale of hazardous products, but has not really
resulted in anything.
I like Kobe's suggestion, but I'm not comfortable punting this to further study.
Additionally, can we have additionally, we recommend?
So as it reads now, additionally, some products are toxic and unnecessary and have safer, cheaper alternatives. Marine flares, as explained above, single-use vaping products, and fluorescent lamps may fit this category. Additionally, we recommend that California consider banning the sale of such products, potentially as a collaboration between Cal Recycle and Department of Toxic Substances Control. I'm fine if that's the only way to get this approved, but I'm disappointed that it's softer and less clear, because I think that I've been around this agency since 2000, and I've never seen the kinds of
Okay.
actions taken.
You can split that last sentence up. Additionally, we recommend a collaboration to study it, and you can put the first part of the ban up in the first sentence.
So
Yeah.
move additionally to just before potentially
Yeah,
and have it as a separate sentence.
right. So the collaboration is the addition at the end.
Well, my understanding too is the departments don't have authority to ban them. That has to be given by, the authority has to be given by the legislature, is my understanding.
Can
So
you
if we
undo
don't
that?
say it, the legislature will may not do it.
To comprehensive collaboration to look comprehensively, because you just sort of listed 3 things, but maybe there's more.
Wouldn't the fix already be where the softening of the language of additionally, we recommend to California consider? California is a broad category that includes the legislature, the regulatory bodies, and other, right? And so is there really the need for that last sentence? I mean, let's read it again. Additionally, we recommend that California, who is California? California is the governor's office, it is the legislature, it is the regulatory bodies. So I think if we leave it there and eliminate that last, the legislature would call this to be addressed as a collaboration. I think that's unnecessary. It already is inherent in the.
Does that work for Commissioner Dell and Dunleavy?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Commissioner Cadena, did you have a suggestion?
Such in the first line doesn't work. You have to reword that somehow.
The first sentence? Additionally, we recommend that California consider banning the sale of such products.
Yeah, I think we need
Yeah.
to delete additionally and move that sentence back to after.
Or just say we recommend. And then say, yeah,
Yeah,
are banning products that are, how about we say, consider banning products that are toxic and unnecessary and have cheaper alternatives. Some of them are reusable, like the batteries and the marine flares. Okay. Right, so we could take, and safer, and just take cheaper out. But some of them are cheaper, which is even more compelling. Marine flares, single-use sweeping products and flare slimes may fit this category. Yeah. I think we should. Yeah, the 1 pounders. Well, actually, there's even smaller than that, the butanes.
Just a reminder to the in-person commissioners, we got a note from RAB Services to remember to speak into the mic so everybody can hear you.
Gotcha. Thank you.
And we also have 1 public comment whenever you're ready.
Why don't you go ahead and read it because, and we're taking way more time on this than I thought we would, so we're gonna have to move on. We hear the public comment?
Yes, this is from Doug Cobald from the California Product Stewardship Council. It says CPSC is currently sponsoring SB 1256 Wachowski, which would ban the sale of single-use cylinders in California effective January 1st, 2028. However, there are ongoing discussions with opposition regarding a possible California-style full EPR program that could be inserted in the bill. Further, CPSC has several current projects related to marine flares and is developing true costs for managing these flares that could be used to estimate costs to manufacturers if a true EPR program was mandated on those manufacturers. If true costs are mandated on the manufacturers, the price point for single-use products moves much closer to reusable products, making those reusables more competitive in the marketplace while removing these high costs for local governments.
Okay, so it doesn't, he's just giving us what they're doing, but I guess, you know, I fundamentally, when we have alternatives to toxics that are and disposable, like cylinders and vaping products, there's no excuse to not discuss banning their sale, to me, because the cost of the take back programs are expensive. And there's always problems with them, and setting them up is extremely complicated. So that's just my position. But have we got compromise on this language now that we recommend California consider banning the sale of products that are toxic and unnecessary, in that there are safer alternative, well, I said safer alternatives, alternative products maybe?
Yeah, I was just trying to be specific. Safer alternatives.
Okay. And then marine flares, single-use vaping products, and fluorescent lamps may fit this category, and propane cylinders.
I'd like to call the question. Hopefully we've reached consensus at this point. So move to approve.
I'll second.
Second, if we need that.
All those in favor say aye. Aye.
We still have this.
Oh, is Kobe, is it?
I
You wanna
read
speak?
it just before I called the question. I was just wondering, because we had these safer alternatives that are oftentimes less expensive, because I do think it's a good point. And with that, I agree calling the question. Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Oftentimes.
Often less expensive. Okay. So with that, we're calling the question. All those in favor of this amended version, say aye, raise your
Aye.
hand.
Aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed? Anyone abstaining? Commissioner Dunleavy, I just want to make sure you're okay. Oh, okay, good. Very good. And Commissioner Dow. Okay, excellent. Well, thank you, because I think we've now got a really tight policy, and that's done. Okay, so this will not be heard again. This is done, and we'll go into the report. Thank you very much, commissioners. That was excellent. Okay, so we'll move on now to agenda item. I think we're a little behind, 10 a.m., not too bad. Designing for recycling policy discussion. This one was authored by myself and Commissioner Sky, so I'll let Commissioner Sky go ahead and share really what we did with this one based on the last meeting.
Thank you, and I'm hoping Commissioner Ward can pull up the document.
Yep.
This should be very quick because this is actually the third reading of the policy. Just a quick reminder, at our last meeting, we discussed some of the key changes, and most of those changes were related to making sure we weren't recreating policies that had already been adopted by the commission. So pointing to the labeling policy, pointing to the HHW policy. I went through it, just make sure that there were some minor typos and things like that I caught, but this is essentially ready to go. I'm happy to review the highlights of it. The crux of this policy is really to establish a list of products that we really want to phase out because they represent contaminants to the recycling marketplace, things like film, plastics that we do not want placed in a curbside system. And then we base that on the list that you're seeing in front of you right now. So if
Can I highlight that there's I'm sorry, Commissioner, I just wanted to highlight that this does include polystyrene, which is what Commissioner Dell was referencing. We have discussed this one before, and I do believe in bans sometimes. So, but I just wanted to highlight that was in there because I know that that was brought up earlier.
And this really gets to the heart of the issues the commission has been asked to address, which is what are the barriers that are limiting our ability to increase recycling in our curbside markets. So I would be happy to entertain a motion to approve this in final form.
I'm raising my hand. I'd like to make one change and take out or any other color than transfluent blue or green. There is no market for green PET in California. We all, Jeff.
You scroll up right there. I think it's item 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, just delete the parenthetical comment. I have no concern with that. If the
Okay.
commissioners are okay with it.
There's no market for green PET, and there's a recycler in Riverside that has stacks of it piled up with no buyers. Turkey used to buy it, sadly. Who knows what they did with it, but or India. But anyway, there's no buyers, and it's well acknowledged that there's no market for green PET.
Okay, so this in short is going to create a policy, prohibited unnecessary products list. And this kind of goes off of what the US Plastics Pact did and aligns with it to some degree, goes a little further. It's a big deal. So I hope everybody's, comfortable with this. Commissioner Lapis, do you want to speak to this?
2 editorial comments and then one maybe broader comment. So first of all, on the next item 4, I think that's just a typo. It says oxo-degradable additives, including oxo-biodegradable additives. Is that, are those intended to be 2 separate things, or is that? Yeah, they are. Okay.
Because they marketed some as biodegradable, oxo-biodegradable. I know that's, I think, a particular brand, but they do market them separately.
Okay. And then on the last section that talks about the FTC green guides, I found it a little confusing because California law goes beyond the FTC green guides, and it sort of seems to imply that you can sell a product with a statement saying that recycling is only available in certain areas, or what the terminology is here, which you cannot do in California. So I was wondering if we could maybe add some statement under the summary review of existing US federal and California state label laws, along the lines of, while California law goes beyond the FTC green guides, something.
I read,
Let's go to the last page and so everybody can type it in and we can see what it looks like. Yeah.
I read that paragraph to state what's in the California code. So maybe the California code hasn't been updated to reflect the 343 changes.
Right, so 343 goes beyond the FTC green guides. So the FTC green guides are mentioned. There's just somebody reading this without really knowing 343 would think that they're allowed to make the statements listed in that bottom bullet point, or the one right after it.
So Commissioner Sky, would we just add a sentence then about California has adopted SB 343, we're starting the regulations process? And just so it's people understand, and we should put the year. It was Allen in 2021.
And then one more comment. I'm just curious what other folks think. I'm not sure we have the right title for this recommendation. I don't know if this is designed for recyclability as a policy, or if this is the creation of a prohibited unnecessary products list, which might be a better title for what we're.
I think it's more specific. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, I would just use.
Well, it
the
is what it
title in the
is.
proposal, creation of a prohibited unnecessary products list.
Yep. Are you okay with that, Commissioner Sky?
I'm okay with that.
And I have my hand up here. I'd actually like to change the word from pigmented to colored, because I believe that there may be people who argue that green dye is not a pigment, but a dye. So I like the word colored instead of pigmented.
I'm sorry, so where are you?
I agree there. Instead of pigment, the PET.
Colored PET.
Colored instead of pigmented. Okay. Just so you know, the two of you are a little bit fuzzy, so we're having a hard time understanding. Just due to that. We're making it. And then I think Commissioner Schneider was next.
Thank you, Chair. Could you scroll down to the list of materials? And I agree with the list. It's, I think, 7, 8, and 9, or 8, 9, and 10, the single-use food packaging items on here. Given that our county, we just updated our ordinance to reflect the changes in state law and COVID reality. So for cutlery, stirrers, and straws, I agree with you. My concern is that the marketplace for, I'm assuming we want to push everything to truly biodegradable, things that can end up in the compost stream, are there. But I'm concerned there isn't enough, especially for mom and pop restaurants, to get their hands on. The chains are already moving that way. The Taco Bells, the Chipotles, they're already almost there. with a little bit of backsliding because of COVID. But for little places, I'm trying to get our Chamber of Commerce to become a cooperative purchasing entity. Is there any place in here that we can put language that would encourage new manufacturers or modifying existing manufacturers to make truly biodegradables? Because at least in takeout food packaging, there is still a place for cutlery. Not everybody has a fork with them when they go buy a salad. Does that make sense?
Jen and I raised our hand simultaneously. I'll let her go first.
Yeah, so, the best thing to get, I come from the manufacturing world. The best way to get more manufacturing on the market, increase supply, lower the cost so that everyone can use it is actually a strict ban. That's actually what drives it. And I'm not going to mention the name of the company, but there's actually a well-known big company that makes EPS foam products. And I've noticed that they've actually gotten registered on the 1335 approved list, an uncoated paper cup. What a change. Why? Because the EPS foam cup would not have passed the definition. And so we're seeing companies, this makes me so happy, product companies that have traditionally manufactured single-use plastics that fill our beaches and oceans and are definitely not recyclable, now switching to good fiber solutions. This is a 2025, deadline out there, and that is a few years away. Usually when these laws go into effect, right, there's some exceptions for tiny little suppliers and so on. But I think we should quickly come to the day where you can't even find a plastic straw to buy anymore. If this ban takes hold, that the existing manufacturers will switch over to better products.
I absolutely agree. It's just in how it would roll out practically. 2025, this gets approved by the end of 2022. I would love to see this. And I am seeing new straw manufacturers that are going to all kinds of new bio-based materials, truly bio-based materials on that. It's just how we give direction to Cal Recycle to help counties roll this out.
So
because we're already rolling it out of my county and we're finding supply problems.
But we're talking to the legislature.
I'm going to have to slow this down because we're running now into a time thing again. Were there changes to the language? I'm sorry, I got lost in there. If there's changes to
I'm switching between two computers now. That's a concern. It's my concern.
Oh, okay.
In trying to roll this out right now, Chair, that there are so many different people that buy this stuff, including special events, that we have to be really clear if this gets signed into law that there is assistance to small businesses, small restaurants, and special events.
Gotcha. Okay. And I think if it does get into a law, I mean, and this is by 2025 is our recommendation, there'd be ample time for public comment for all those folks, I'm sure. And Commissioner Sky, did you have anything else to add? Your hand was still up.
I covered everything. I was just going to add that for most, if not all of our recommendations, the legislature needs to incorporate all of the public outreach and education and exemptions, and all that is applicable not just to this, but to everything we do. So I don't think we should slow down and start adding those caveats on a policy by policy basis that applies to everything.
Are there any other commissioner comments on this item? We've changed the title. I like it a lot better. Thank you for that recommendation, Commissioner Lapis. I think it's clearer. We made some minor edits here and cleaned things up. So this would be the third time we've heard it.
Minor comment. SB 343 was enacted, not adopted.
Correct. Enacted.
So I should say enacted.
And where is that? Where do we put that? Where we added the language. Oh, I saw it.
I move to adopt this or enact it or approve it.
Very good. Is there a second?
Second.
Excellent. And all commissioners say aye. In favor? Aye.
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 Anybody opposed? Any abstentions? Excellent. Unanimous consent. We've got our final recommendation. Thank you again for Commissioner Sky has put in a ton of time on this. I was just the helper really. So Excellent work. All right, moving on to, and that will go into the final report. So now we can give it a number and do all the fun stuff, Ted. Agenda item 7. This is elimination of toxic causing components and additives in PET plastic bottles in California's deposit container recycling policy discussion. And before I do that, I just realized I forgot to ask, were there any public comments in the last item? Okay. Just feel free if I'm moving on too quickly. Okay, thank you. All right, and this is Commissioners Dunleavy and Dell. Turn it over to you.
Yeah, thank you. I think we just did
So,
that.
I have a question. So this one, regarding what's on the agenda, Commissioner Dunleavy and I did not ask for this to be on the agenda. And I don't believe it was discussed to be on the agenda in the last meeting. There may have been a desire to sort of review everything in this meeting that's ever been brought up before, but by your criteria, I don't know how this got on the agenda.
Okay, did you ask? You didn't ask for this to be on the agenda?
Nope.
Maybe it was in an old file and I thought it was supposed to be on the agenda. Okay.
An easy one, Chair.
Yeah, I guess this
I'd
will be
like to
easy.
take the time, if we could, to have a bio break and then save the time that would have discussed this to hear more public comments on agenda item 13. But I'd also like to move for a quick bio break. I drove 2 hours to get here today. There's a lot of coffee in me. I'd like to have a bio break.
I'm sure that there are others that would agree with that. So if this,
support that. And as long as we got this on though, I would suggest, is there any way we can shorten the title of this one? It's got the longest title of any of the policies and.
we're not even gonna, this will be brought up in the next group of, so this is gonna come after in July or
All right.
later.
Done.
Okay, so this is, we're not,
Actually, with this one, if we could just withdraw this from consideration, I think the prior policy was much more encompassing and would solve a lot of these issues. I wouldn't want to have a smaller competing policy than what we just passed. And then for the bottle bill, I don't want a small little thing to distract bottle bill issues. So I think with Commissioner Dell's agreement, we withdraw this from future consideration.
thank you very much. And in the future, if that were to happen and I've got the wrong thing on the agenda, feel free to call me as soon as the agenda is posted and we can just I can rejigger at least the timing to like 2 minutes. And then we have
Another one. If we're discussing it, there's another one regarding food toxics, the same issue. Didn't ask for it to be put on. So.
Well, somehow I got it, so I apologize because I thought it was to be on.
Is that number 10, Commissioner
Right.
Dan?
Yeah.
So that you want withdrawn as well?
Yes, I think Commissioner Schneider might be listed as a co-author with me, but as long as she's in agreement, we didn't discuss this or make progress on it, so we shouldn't take the commission's time and we should leave more time for public comments.
Wonderful. Okay. Well, that certainly saves half an hour. And if everybody would like to take a bio break, we can go ahead and do that now. And instead of 5 minutes, why don't we give it 10? Because it's not that easy, or maybe is 10 enough for everybody? Okay, 10. And so that will put us back here at, let's see, 10, let's just say 10:35. We'll be back here. Okay, take a quick break. See you at 10:35.
Staff, this is Ann down in Millbrae. How long is our break?
You guys will resume at 10:35.
Okay, I have to run home and get a blanket. I'm sitting in a council chamber that I'm freezing in. So if I should be back, and I'm going to leave everything up and running, but I might be a minute or two late.
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, calling all commissioners. It's 10:35, so we're going to reconvene and come back to order. Looks like we've got, there's Manuel. Okay, so it looks like we've got almost everybody, maybe a couple stragglers in the hall that will hopefully be here in a minute. So now we'll go back to agenda item 8, which is the precautionary principle and problem products item, which had been, actually it says, was heard in June of last year and already approved, but this has been updated and I believe merged. Or maybe it was merged a long time ago. Yep. So this is Commissioner Sky and Ward. So we'll go ahead and turn it over to you. What got changed? We'll review that, which was nicely tracked in red, and move back and discuss adopting this for a final update. Commissioner Sky, do you want to go?
Yeah, I'll be brief. These are minor updates to the policy we've already adopted, and it's in line with some of the policies we just discussed. If it's possible for Ted to pull up the document, this is on page number. Page
Ted
4.
says his screen share is being disabled.
But I can just read it because it'll take just a minute.
Okay.
So in the proposal itself, we talked about several items. The third item was the legislature should enact legislation authorizing Cali PA, including CalRecycle, to regulate products and material applications. Okay, here we go. So you can see that the gist of this third piece of the proposal was to reduce contamination. And we wanted to include some specific examples to reinforce some of the other policies that we've discussed. So PFAS, we've talked extensively on single-use vaping products. Again, batteries and single-use items is not a good idea. Personal care products with PFAS or other chemicals that can harm public health and the environment. And then non-recyclable plastic items, toys, decorations, party supplies. These are all things, particularly when they have chemicals or embedded batteries in them, that create these unnecessary potential harm to public health. And that's why we wanted just to bolster this recommendation to include some examples so people understand what we're addressing. That is the only change for this policy, and I'd be happy to answer your questions.
Okay, Commissioner Lapis, it's first.
Kobe, I'm a little bit confused about what we mean by regulate. Because some of these, it seems like we're suggesting we want to prohibit, and we have in other policies, but that's not necessarily true of all of them. I don't think we're proposing to prohibit single-use convenience items or toys.
That's correct. And because other policies speak to it in different ways, so in some policies we wanted to phase that out, in others we wanted to phase out the contaminants, in others we wanted to label them, and that's why regulate I thought was the way to cover all those different options.
Okay, any other commissioners have any questions on this? Commissioner Davis.
Could you scroll down, Kobe? Just a bit more there. Keep going. I think it's more a formatting issue. See, I'm having trouble reading. There's a bullet.
Yeah.
And
It is a format issue. I think because this got pulled back into Google Docs.
yeah, and then if you keep going right about where your cursor is, go over to the left. There's I, A, and then it goes to A. So yeah.
Yeah, I think it needs to be indented.
Well, okay.
Okay, that works.
Okay. All right. Now it's easier to read. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else have thoughts on this one? These will be our final edits.
I think I will continue to mess with the formatting to make it a little bit more consistent. Rather than do this live at the meeting, I'll do that after the fact.
It still says it's a 2021 legislative priority. Do we want to say that we actually adopted this in 2021 and we've just amended it so that we know, they can tell that we've been saying this for a long time? We could say it's been a priority for the commission since 2021. And it'll just sit there and say that until somebody does something. Okay, are there any other, Commissioner Toyota?
Yeah, I have a comment. I hate to throw a wrench in this, but I just want to throw this out there. We've talked about these problem products in HHW, and there's a little specific 3 items that we considered banning but didn't. And then in the next proposal, we have a whole list of things that we're ultimately saying are issues and banning. And I feel like what we need is like a more overarching policy that is the gateway into a circular economy. Once it doesn't pass this criteria, it should have not necessarily a ban, but some kind of limit or something as it's written in here that they should be regulated. And that can be a separate policy. I mean, we can look at that on a broad scale because I think that it's something that we really need in the lens of a circular economy. This could be that policy if we added a little bit of language to it. And I just want to consider those two options.
Thank you. I would say that, I think probably all of us would like to get to a place where it's more overarching and more comprehensive. And these have kind of come, one at a time. We had a pause for a couple of months. We're under a deadline now for this report, July 1st. And I guess my suggestion would be we get these done, get them to the legislature. We haven't even gone through the report yet, and we only have today and the 15th left. So my suggestion would be that this is the kind of thing that we would take up in July as a big discussion of looking at all the policies and, trying to get, basically what we're saying, it feels like, is we want to get to the front end of the problem and screen things out before they ever hit the market and cause trouble. And the only way to do that is with the producers and the designers and have them have skin in the game, and have conversations between everybody in the circular economy. And that is new to the system. So I agree with you. I just don't think we have time right now, and I'm open to any other ideas, but I think you're right.
I totally accept that. We can push this and because it's good. It's a good policy that should be in this report, and we can look at more broadly taking on these issues in the next one.
Sounds good. Anybody else?
Sanborn, we have one public comment.
Great. Let's hear it.
So this public comment is from Laura Rosenberger Hader, and it said, "It's good that you are banning PFAS and PFOAs in packaging since I don't want it leaching into soup and juice that I eat, since it is linked to lower immunity and might worsen my hypothyroidism. I like your green rules. Also, since bikers have to carry around water bottles to refill them, plus a metal fork, spoon, and knife, need to change the overly strict security rules about how many bags people are allowed to carry into stores. I hope we can still buy battery-operated cooking equipment, especially for the homeless. My dentist said I need battery-operated toothbrushes when out, since it is hard to find electrical outlets."
Thank you for the comment. Appreciate it. My dentist said the same thing. And I also have hypothyroid, so I appreciate that's another reason why I fought so hard to get PFAS out on the US Plastics Pact elimination list. Okay, so if that's it, are we done with this item? Should we go ahead and vote? Is there a motion?
I'll move to approve. As revised.
Okay, all those in favor of adopting this as a final, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Any abstentions? Excellent. Then we have adopted another final policy for the report, number 8 on precautionary principle. Thank you, Commissioner Sky and Ward, for your hard work. And another one we can give a number to and put in the report. Okay, so now we'll go ahead and move on to number 11, since we were told to go ahead and withdraw and skip 10. And this is advanced monitoring for compost by Commissioners Toyota and Kalpakoff. So I will turn it over to you. Either of you is fine. Oh, sorry, we can't hear you, Sarah. There you go.
Yeah, this one, when I brought it the first time, I think that some of the issues with it was what will it mean? We didn't want it to stop the process of moving all this food waste into compost and then and have it become an issue. So we edited this to be more of a monitoring, just strictly monitoring type of a policy, because we know that plastics are going to be introduced through some of the ways that compost is being collected, because plastic bags will be allowed to be collected. We also know that there are plastics and microplastics in water. So it wasn't, we wanted to make it more about in a finished compost material, is it safe from plastics, and just get to that point, because at this time we don't even have a standardized methodology for testing for microplastics in compost. So what we did was basically remove any kind of language that would be more than monitoring, and the idea is to understand what's coming out of the compost as far as plastics without having any kind of a trigger necessarily. And I know that it sounds a little like, what's the point? But the point is ultimately is that we have to know. It doesn't mean that red flags have to fly everywhere and now everything has to come to a screeching halt, but it means that we're going to have to know if they're in there, if we have microplastics coming out from compost, that we're going to have to find out if that's a real problem. And this is the first step in that, is it even in there? So it was rewritten to be a strictly monitoring proposal.
Anybody else want to speak to this? Commissioner Davis and Commissioner Lapis?
Yeah, sir, the version I have, the proposals, if you can scroll down to page, well, it's on page 2. Yeah. Yeah, number 4. I'm not sure I understand it. Accepting certified organic produce and livestock. You mean producers of certified products? And then it suggests having a producer responsibility organization to equal the estimated cost identified by CalRecycle.
Right.
Yeah. It's an awkward.
Yeah. So there were
in
2
there.
policies that were kind of similar, I guess. This, the next one, and I believe that accepting organic produce and livestock was actually something that was added to the policy after this one, to policy 12. And the PROs were taking out of this. Or remember, this is the wrong version. Because I believe that it was Commissioner Lapis who said that he didn't want this to get stuck on producers paying for it. So I took that out completely, that it would ultimately fall to CalRecycle to pay for it. And I may have gotten my edits on each of them wrong.
Okay.
That might be one thing.
So
4 would be out completely.
4 is out. Okay, good.
Yes.
I just have a trouble reading.
Actually, yeah, that is kind of random in this. I understand. And then 5, there wouldn't be PROs. I'd have to. It was asked that be taken out as well, and that ultimately CalRecycle pay for some of this as they fund.
Okay. So the intent then is to set some standards, develop some testing methodology, set some standards.
Yes.
Is 8 still in here? 8's also highlighted, 8 and 9. If you scroll down.
Commissioner Toyota, do you happen to have a computer there and have the version that you wanted up? Somehow this got to be.
Yeah. So, and the problem is I don't, not on the laptop that I'm using now. It's on my desktop.
Do you have it? No, Commissioner Kavakov doesn't have it either. Okay.
Can I make this is Commissioner Kavakov. Can I make a suggestion that we pull this agenda 11 and move this to the next session, or we can actually get into the testing methodologies and my concern is and look at it. Yeah, because my concern is obviously what microplastics are there now and what's being introduced. I think the best part about the policy is number 7 with CalRecycle reevaluating plastics in the compost waste stream. So other than that, Commissioner Toyota, is it okay to to pull this.
Oh,
and-
yeah,
and
yeah, let's
this
pull,
back on.
it'll, if we have time to come back to it, I have the new one on my desktop. I'll bring it.
Well, we have the time. I mean, I think it would be good to at least get enough comments back from the commission that
Okay,
you can
perfect.
edit it and then bring it back. Okay, because we only have one more meeting.
Okay.
So are you able to pull that up? Commissioner Toyota? Oh, she doesn't have it with her. Okay,
No.
well then, are there any other comments on this that people want to give feedback on so that they can edit it? Commissioner Ward and then Lapis, or Lapis and then Ward? I can't remember.
Just briefly, item 4 was added based on a comment I had made, which is I'm thinking of our organic farmers and who have farm stands, that they shouldn't necessarily have to pay into a system that addresses products they don't use, packaging they don't use. There should be some level at which, if you're not going to be introducing any contaminants, then you shouldn't be subject to the fee trying to control those.
Right. And I took that entire thing out. It was going to be paid for, not by PROs, not for something as specific and small as this. It's, all right, we're gonna have to pull it and move on. I think that my changes will address most of what we talked about before. And
Okay, I know.
Could I flag another concern? I kept rereading this and I was stuck a little bit on the question of what happens based on these results. So, I mean, well, first of all, there's just the technical side of, I don't think there's been any methodology developed for quantifying microplastics in a organic material like compost, just by virtue of how you sieve things, and it's complicated. But I do think that warrants additional research. But I guess my question is, once we have that, how are we tying that back to our collection programs, our 1383 regulations? Can we have more of a feedback loop of this research resulting in changes or identifying best practices for collection? I mean, I'm thinking of things like poly-coated paper being used in some collection programs, I'm guessing would contribute to microplastics ending up in finished compost. And so it'd be good if this research supported that assumption, that we could have a feedback loop to then eliminate poly-coated paper in collection programs. Similarly with potentially the plastic bags that are allowed under 1383. If we could compare a program that has those bags versus one that doesn't, I think the takeaway might be that we shouldn't be using fossil-derived plastic in a organic collection program. And so I really like to see us connecting the loop to what we should be doing different in collection as a result of the findings, if possible.
I think I think it can be worded in a way that is that I can do that with this policy, in that it wouldn't be necessarily red flags. Now we have to stop, but we have to look at, I can kind of word it to the focus of the collection program or where the microplastics are coming from, rather than the alarming issue that they might be moving out into the environment. And that's something that, and whether or not, or how much of a problem that is. So I think I can word it in a way that would connect it back to best management practices and the front end of the issue.
Which seems to be the theme, trying to get to the front end and get to the source of the problems before they escape and become bigger problems and more expensive to solve.
Yeah, I've had discussions around using plastic bags on collection, and when you're rewriting it, don't conflate the microplastic issue with the plastic bag collection issue. I think they may be connected, but I'm not assuming they are. First of all, we don't know the extent of microplastics, and so we don't really know if it's coming from bags being used for collection programs. So
Versus what's already in the, could
Yeah,
already be in
what
the
shows up.
stream
Right.
prior to the plastic
Right,
bags being
prior,
introduced.
prior to the bag, because the bag, you know, at least what I've seen on programs that use the bag, it's fairly easy. You grab the bag, you got the bag, but there's still stuff in there. So there- I'm not sure they're necessarily related.
But it's all something that would happen on the front end. So when I add in that portion of it, it can be where are they coming from? That's still front end issues. So I can still, I think, word a couple of these so that they are next steps are more towards where they're coming from.
Right.
And all of that. I think I can incorporate that comment as well.
Can I ask, have you consulted at all with Dr. Scott Coffin from the water boards? Because he is really the expert on microplastics and all the latest research.
He is amazing.
Yeah.
But he will, my experience with him is that he's really focused in water. You want to talk microplastics in water, Scott's your guy. He gets a little, I don't want to say he just doesn't, I don't want to speak for him either, but I feel like when I talk to him that he's a little hesitant about talking about microplastics in say soil and other mediums.
Well, might I suggest that one of the issues that we might want to bring up in this policy is the recommendation that Cal Recycle also has somebody that's expert in microplastics, because it seems to me they've got a great scientist at the water board to deal with the water issue and microplastics, but I don't think we have anybody at Cal Recycle that's focused on this. And to me, this is a very big deal on organics, because we are not going to have homes for the organics if we find that there's microplastics in there, and just not looking is not good enough. We have to be sure it's not there before we put it out.
That's
But
our
Chair
recommendation.
Sanborn, are we looking at microplastics in the compost, or is it more the in-depth analysis of microplastics in the environment that are contaminated in food that then turns into compost? Do you see what I mean? Because if you're connecting backwards, the contamination of the microplastics on the food might happen before it's in the container and before the processing to compost.
Yeah, and I think, to me, the end result is the same, no matter where it came from. If it's ending up on the ground, it's going to end up in the water, and it's going to end up in the food. It's going to end up in us. So knowing where it's coming from is great, but I really don't care, because ultimately, if it ends up on the soil, we're going to end up eating it. So it's just something to be aware of, and organic farmers are not going to want that on their property.
Right, and the point here is that testing for it in the compost will catalyst that, okay, where is it coming from? Or it can. And the compost is the perfect place to start, because we're really ramping it up. So we need this information sooner rather than later. And there aren't even standards for testing where it's coming from necessarily in soil. I mean, there are, but they're not commercially viable. They're not, there's not a ramped up way to do it in a large scale.
Well, and I can speak to something that was brought to my attention that's probably going to be in the media very soon, which is there's a new type of coating for paper shipping containers and paper products that is getting around the current test for microplastics. It's called dispersible and it's like nanoplastics, and it's escaping around the tests. And there's a lot of concern about this. There's very few people who know about it. I think it's going to become a very big thing in the media very soon, but I am very, very concerned about some of the techniques that might be getting employed by companies to get around the tests. And then it will end up everywhere in us. And every study they're doing, it's in our blood, it's in our brain, it's in our live lung tissue. It's everywhere. So.
And I guess that's what my comment was, and maybe was the current studies on microplastics in the environment. Is there so much microplastics in the environment that it has already
escaped too far?
To contaminate, I don't know if that's the word, but then that if you tested at a certain level, would you find that all compost or food products that are put already have microplastics? I guess that's maybe my question.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
That's at the.
Well, that's,
Right.
what is the baseline now? How,
Yeah,
how much have we
yes.
polluted?
So that is actually the genesis of my point as well. That's why I'd like to focus on a feedback loop for practices to reduce the amount of microplastic as opposed to having a, yes, we found plastic, because I can tell you that at this point,
It's gotta
I'd
be
be
both.
surprised if
Yes,
you
It's gotta be
tested
both.
anything.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if you tested anything and it didn't have plastic in it.
Well, everywhere they
Microplastics.
test, they're finding it. So I'm
Yeah.
sure that's true.
And I think that's the alarm that I don't want to also create, that all of a sudden someone says, there's microplastics in all compost. Oh no.
Oh, well, you're breathing it in the air as well as drinking it in the water already. So, yeah. Well, and this is the thing is people haven't done enough research that's gotten out to the general public to really understand just how far this has already gotten. So the faster we turn the spigot off on these unnecessary plastics, the better. Is that enough feedback for you two to work on this one and bring it back?
I want to mention there is a public comment on Zoom.
Oh,
and I
great.
believe Commissioner Sky also put his hand up after as well.
Okay, let's go with Commissioner Sky and then the public comment.
Yeah, it's actually Commissioner Dell. Now that we started to talk about products, and this might not be the place for it, but we really need to develop a test, we being the state of California and the whole country, that really defines a plastics-free product. And I don't believe there is a test in the US. ASTM doesn't have this testing, but there is one in Europe called Flustics. And I know product companies in the US who are literally sending their fiber products to Europe to get tested so that they can say they're plastics free by this Flustics test. So we need good testing at the front end to really define, what the coating is, that there's gonna be a lot more fiber products who are saying that they're plastics free. And so is that a possibility to add that to this? Because we are talking about, sort of talking about the composting and what's in it, but then we need to talk about the products and what's in them as well.
Yeah, Commissioner Kabikoff, I think you were next.
No, I got plenty of
Oh.
feedback.
Gotcha. Okay, and then the public comment then, please.
Yes, we have Bruce Magnani. Bruce, I'm going to ask you to unmute.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Chair and Commissioners, for the option to comment publicly through Zoom.
Well, it wasn't our choice. We've always wanted this, just so you know. We're just glad that we were able to get it through CalRecycle. Thanks to CalRecycle.
That wasn't an accusation, it was just an acknowledgement of appreciation. So Bruce Magnani on behalf of the Biodegradable Products Institute, a couple comments, and I'll try to keep them brief. On bullet number 7, BPI advocated vociferously during the 1383 development of regulations against the allowance for traditional plastics in the organic spin. And so we want to support you in pushing that. I'd like to see it higher on the list of, priorities if they're in priority order. So thank you for that. And then there's a lot of discussion around compost, and BPI has been having this discussion for years about what is compost. There really is no definition of what a stable and mature compost is. And a lot of people talk about different types of material that are intermediary products, and they're not actually what would be defined as a stable and mature compost. So I was wondering if a recommendation could be added that either CalRecycle or somewhere in this discussion define what is compost, so we know what we're talking about. With that, thank you very much.
I have a question. There's no definition of compost? Is that right? I thought we had to define.
There is a legal definition, but it's
Yeah.
very broad. It's the product of biological decomposition of organic matter.
Okay, so he's requesting a more narrow definition? Is that right, Mr. Magnani?
Hold on, I can read.
I just want to make sure I understand because I believe.
Sure. Yeah.
that-
So what we're asking for is a definition of a stable and mature compost. That's the term that you hear used frequently. And so when we're talking about different products, like I said, different, I'll use the term composters, will make different intermediary products that will say destroy pathogens, but probably doesn't meet a scientific definition of what a stable and mature compost is. And I think it's important when we're talking about these things that we have a more accurate definition for what we're talking about.
I see. So one definition is too general. We need to have a more focused definition for stable and mature compost. Okay.
Correct.
I
Thank you.
understand. Thank you. Are there any other comments?
There's one more public comment through the public comment portal from Laura Hager, and it says, I think the microplastic is coming from the plastic row covers or plastic turf to kill weeds that decomposed in sunlight. In the Great Lakes, where a lot of trash was dumped, microplastics were found in water and river tributaries by scientists and in fish and in some in fish fillets.
That's appetizing right before lunch. No, it's really disturbing how far these microplastics have gone, and we really don't understand how they're going to impact our bodies as well, which is a whole nother issue. But I think this is really good feedback. So both of you can take a look at this and bring it back, and this will come back. And if we can't agree on the final language at the next meeting, it won't end up in the July 1 report. So hopefully, you know, if we can get this tightened up and get this adopted at the next meeting. Thank you both so much for your hard work. It's important. Okay, so with that, we will move on to agenda item number 12, which is monitoring and science requirements for a circular economy. And again, thank you to Commissioner Toyota for doing the heavy work on this. We'll turn it over to you.
This proposal is meant to be the compost proposal on a very non-specific scale. So we know in compost that we're sending in plastic or there's microplastic everywhere and there may be a problem. So that proposal focused on that problem. This proposal is a proposal that I was hoping would be written so that it would catch things like plastic in compost or something else that we don't see coming yet. So ultimately, it is a monitoring program in general for all the things that are moving along in basically a circular economy. We need to be looking for things that are going to be problems that we aren't sure about yet. We know that if you look in stormwater, if you look in soil, if you look at the products coming into the economy in general, there are all kinds of chemicals coming in. We don't know if they're a problem. We don't know if how far they're moving, how fast they're moving. We don't know anything about them. We're always behind in our science to know how to deal with these new chemicals and these new issues and these new things that come into the economy and in products. So this proposal was meant to monitor for those and to get ahead of, oh, this might be a problem. We need to regulate it, but we don't know how because we don't know enough about it. So it's a much broader monitoring program, monitoring ultimately for a circular economy, because this is the biggest flaw right now that I see in the circular economy is ultimately things can't move around once they're contaminated. And that's come up over and over in our policies. So this one, I did not change at all, except to add a little bit of language, I believe, from Commissioner Ward, because it is a PRO-based system. It's a large monitoring program. And so it's not funded. So it would have to be funded by producers, originally all producers. If you're going to sell something in California, you need to help monitor to make sure that your product, its packaging and everything else is not an issue. So you're going to have to pay into that so that we can keep the system that you're producing into and making a profit off of healthy. And you have some skin in the game in doing that. So it's a PRO. It's ultimately a PRO-based policy. And we did add in some language for, with the exception of certified organic produce and livestock that Commissioner Ward wouldn't add in there. Other than that, I did change it from the first reading.
Okay, thank you. Is there any comments? Commissioner Davis?
Yeah, on the exception language too. I think it would make more sense to just say non-packaged certified organic food products. That's what you want, because chickens aren't livestock, right? I mean, anyway, to me, that would make more sense. And but it's pretty narrow. I mean, you're really talking about direct sales, right? You're talking about a stand, a farm stand. So, and this isn't clear because, yeah, I don't know when the non-packaging happens. You know, you ship from a industrial compost manufacturer. It's not packaged necessarily. So, but I think producer makes more sense. Livestock to me is too narrow for what you're trying to accomplish if this is a good exception. But,
So does this new language work? Let's see what the exception.
yeah, I mean, there's a lot of small producers and maybe that's what you're going on, I think I've seen exemptions for $1 million sales, that might be too much, but it just, there are other products that, particularly when you're talking about cosmetics or this broad range now. There are other things besides produce. Food stuff.
Any other comments, Commissioner Oseguera?
Just a quick question, Commissioner Toyota. So who's currently responsible for the testing of products and materials? I mean, is that,
I
here
think
we're
that-
asking CalRecycle to do, right, monitor and take a look at, yes, looking at fees to do more monitoring and testing, but who's currently responsible for doing the testing of a product that's sold in the state of California?
I think that how it happens now, in my experience, is something comes up that seems, I don't know, I don't want to say dangerous. I'm not sure how it immediately gets catalyst, but it's a lot of the NGOs that end up doing the work. And nobody wants to pay for that work. The NGOs are not financially able to do the work as quickly and on a broad scale as they should. So this pushes it away from more what I see NGOs doing the work to, the beginning work to, before it gets picked up by the DTS or another Cal EPA department. But that's where my experience, I see the real monitoring coming from. They come from NGOs. As far as the departments in CalRecycle, I did write into this that ultimately they're each responsible for some different part of toxicity or a WEHA's version of is it dangerous to humans? And they really do, these departments under Cal EPA really need to work better together. There's a lot of data from stormwater, from the regional boards, and of what's going on in water, but I don't see that really transferring to CalRecycle and what's going on in, say, soil. We had a conversation earlier about what's DTSC doing, and it's not that I want to write this out as they're not doing enough, but I think that they could work together a lot better, and that is something that in this policy that I did call for, is they need to work on that communication. They need to be moving, not working on one specific component and one specific umbrella of Cal EPA. That information needs to be shared among all of the departments.
Can I ask, are there any public comments? No. Yeah, of course, go ahead.
I didn't mean to interrupt, but
Oh, well, I was just going to say, to me, this feels very, very big again. And I almost wonder if we should invite the Cal EPA secretary to come and have in July, a kind of a real thoughtful discussion that we could set up about how the agencies work together, the data overlaps, how it's it all consolidated, or, I guess I would be nervous to put forward a policy right now to ask for these. We've got a lot of moving parts with labeling and composting and for banning things. And it feels like that's just a big, big discussion that maybe we should put off until July, but that's just me thinking out loud. Yeah, Commissioner Dunleavy. I'm sorry, Lapis was next and then Dunleavy. I'm sorry.
I apologize if this actually expands the scope further, but something that we've been talking a lot about internally in our organization is all the recent studies about showing microplastics in the human body, so in bloodstream, the lungs, et cetera. And it seems like we need far greater monitoring of plastic accumulation in humans and how that's changing over time. I was hoping that could be added to this as well. That expands the scope even further.
Well, it just makes it, I think, underscores how big this is and how important it is. And that it would be, to me, I would be nervous putting forward a policy like this without having spoken to the secretary and getting input from their staff. It just feels that large.
I feel like that's a good idea. And the fact that you bring that up, Commissioner Lapis, means that it needs work, because this policy is meant to catch that. Is if there's something going on, I mean, I know that we can't write it so that it catches everything, but if we need to be monitoring for these issues before they're a problem. And when they are a problem, we need to be able to get on that science right away to know how to know what to do about them. And this is meant to kind of capture all of that. So I hear what you're saying. It definitely needs work. And I agree, Chair, that, you know, it's a good time certainly to call in the EPA. Those bullets had to be vague, because I don't know what the communication is like really between them. So yeah, I think that's definitely fair to talk about that with him.
Well,
And
maybe
Chair, it's probably not only the Cal EPA, you know, the secretary, but it almost to me feels like a panel of people. That the question that's asked is, who does this? Because if we do discover that someone's doing it, but nothing's published, or there's no enforcement action, or there's no authority, then we can start looking at what the issue is. It just seems to me that we have to kind of, you know, peel back the onion, and find out where testing's happening, because I cannot imagine that products are not being tested and it's just the NGOs. There has to be other governmental agencies doing some testing, but who are they? It might be, Commissioner, that we find out no one's doing it, which is a big problem, right? But I have to imagine that someone does some testing.
Well, and then there's also, you know, the fox watching the chicken coop, where the companies are required to fund their own testing. And how valid is that? And when there's double checks, sometimes there's issues. I know Environmental Working Group does a lot of testing. They're finding all kinds of stuff in our consumer products that are quite shocking, including PFAS. And that's what got me all excited about PFAS, because they're in my makeup and I had no idea. And they aren't labeled as such. So I would suggest that this is like part of that big circular economy discussion that maybe we schedule in July, to have a really deep dive after we get this report off about where do we want to go with these issues? Who do we want to talk to? What do we want to know? Get some maybe data requests in to Cal EPA and invite them to come share some of that information, figuring out where problems might be, authorities might need to be given that they don't have, or funding they might need to do these tests. And then we can take it from there and be more focused on the recommendation. That would be my recommendation, if that's okay. Is everybody all right with that? Yeah. So we'll just, because this is really big and very important, and I don't want it to, you know, be kind of haphazard, because I think we can, if we have the time, and right now we just don't because of the due date of the report. All right. So I would suggest, is there another commissioner that would like to work with Commissioner Toyota on this? Because I think it's really important. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Dunleavy, go ahead.
Yeah, just to comment on this, if we're going to be hearing from people, I would like to see if we can get some people from the Compost Coalition, people that are composters, because composters, typically they're farmers, they're local scientists, they're testing their product from the day that it's dumped on their facility, at 30 days, at 60 days, at 90 days. They know when the weed seed is dead. They know when the pathogens are dead. They know when it's ready to start cooling down, and that gets to the definition of composting. So I'd like to hear from some actual composters, because I know they're testing their product, and when the large composting companies are selling their product, they're selling it based on meeting certain criteria. And the people that are buying their product, if it's a vineyard or a strawberry field, they want to know that what they're putting on their farms to grow their products is good material. So I have a lot of confidence in the composters, and they're doing the testing along the way. I think the question is with the microplastics is where are we? Where do we want to go? Because we might be going down a path that could just dramatically increase costs when there's no way to actually control where the microplastics are coming from. Because if it's in the water, if it's in the air, if it's in the collection trucks, we don't know where it is. I don't know that we can stop it, but we might create with this an organization within the state of California. I'll call them the compost cops that put huge pressure on the producers of compost that are already watching the quality and content of their material so they can move it to the next destination to grow more product in the state. So the farmers really know what they're putting on their crops. And I know that they're doing it. So at the next meeting, I would definitely like to hear from some actual composters about what they're doing out there, because whether it's certified organic or just compost, they know what they're buying and what they're producing.
Right, and that kind of goes under the other agenda item too to work on. So this could come under that bigger umbrella.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, excellent. I think, is there anybody else who would like to work with Commissioner Toyota on this? This is a really big deal, and I think she needs, it would be helpful for her to have another set of eyes working with her on this. Would that be? Does anyone want to do that? No, no jumping up and down?
Well, while I'm not going to necessarily step up to that one, I do want to appreciate Commissioner Toyota's recommendation that this report be structured in a way that mirrors some of the basic premises of a circular economy. And my intent is to work with her so that we add a paragraph or two indicating this is something we anticipate working on in the coming 6 months.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent plan. Commissioner Schneider.
Thank you, Chair. I have been very bad at getting my writing done, but I think I'm in the same place on the artificial turf that has an incredible number of health risks associated with it and not knowing where to go. So I will throw my hat in as a reader because I'm still struggling with how to write the artificial turf one, because I joined a number of international groups and I'm just inundated with the data out there. And that's, anyway, I'm here for you, Sarah, to read it and learn from you and what you've been doing.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Great. And I'll talk with you too after the next meeting about how to set up July. So we have that collaboration. Thank you so much. Again, you've really been a leader on the circular economy and getting it right, Commissioner Toyota, and really appreciate it. So now I'm going to move on to the big item that's gotten the most public comment by far today, and that's agenda item 13, which is framework for advanced technologies to recycle waste policy discussion. I'm going to give a quick intro on this because this was a submitted proposal by Commissioner Skyano Segura. This is the very first reading. The commission has not seen this before. And we have talked many times to many stakeholders, sometimes at length, sometimes given presentations about various technologies. They are called advanced technologies, molecular conversion technologies. There's multiple different terms that have been used for a group, it seems, of many types of technologies. And we've said repeatedly that this commission is only charged with developing markets, source reduction, recycling, composting, getting rid of contamination, but we are not to be taking up items that are not fitting under the rubric of what we were given by law to do. So we had said we weren't going to hear these general conversations about a technology we didn't understand what the input was, what the product was, and what the emissions were, because then we couldn't tell if it was recycling and meeting the definition. So with that setup, I just want to thank Commissioner Skyano Segura for bringing this up and let the public know we've received 320 public comments in writing. We have 3 letters, several sign-on letters. I let the commissioners know yesterday in an email that we have a lot of comments. Please read as much as you can, if not all, before the meeting today, because we certainly would not have time to read all of them. And they've all committed that they have skimmed them, and there's a lot of similarities on some of them, but I want to thank the staff because CalRecycle actually clocked that there was 189 comments that were basically the same, 45 others that were the same. So we're going to read a sampling of those two groups, and then also sampling of the groups where unfortunately there's 84 unique comments. Now, do we need to, if we were to read all of these, it would literally take the entire meeting. So that we can't do. But we need a sampling of them. We'll have a discussion and we'll see where the commissioners are because we have no idea right now because we have never discussed this in public. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Commissioners Sky and Osfer.
Thank you, Chair Sanborn. So if Commissioner Osigura doesn't mind, I'll say just a few words to tee up this item and then turn it over to the Commissioner Osigura if he has anything to add, and then we'll go through the policy. So first, just to talk about how we got to this proposal being put forward. So the commission started, and rightly so, focusing on source reduction, recycling, composting, EPR, HHW, specific policies on carpet and propane cylinders and thermoforms, and a lot of other specific product types and subcategories before we got to this topic, and rightly so, because we wanted to prioritize the hierarchy. But I say this because I don't see this policy in any way distracting from or taking away from all of the other excellent policies that the commission has worked on. This is separate from those policies, and I think it interacts in a different way. So I know that there were a lot of comments about we shouldn't spend any time on this. So the other thing I'll remind, and the chair brought this up, that we've consistently gotten comments about the suite of technologies and how they interact with the goal of the commission to address recycling markets and curbside recycling. And Commissioner Osigura and I did our best to take in feedback from a lot of individual stakeholders, companies, and associations, and try to validate and vet that comment and feedback, develop some background, and I'll go through that briefly. And then we knew that this is a controversial topic, and so we did not provide recommendations. Rather, we presented a set of options that the commission could consider. And I would hope that we can consider that in the same way that we consider other policies. What we're really talking about is those materials at the end of the line, residual products that have already been created, that can't be recycled or composted, and that would otherwise end up in landfills or disposed in worse ways, which is out in the environment, and how we address those. And everything that we're talking about in terms of microplastics and other issues that relate to these products, and we have literally millions of tons of them already in existence somewhere in the stream, whether in use, disposed in landfills, or otherwise potentially impacting the environment. And so that's why it is relevant for the commission to discuss this. I'm grateful to Director Wagner for mentioning that we sometimes get hung up on the terminology or the specific technologies, and I would like for the commission to consider what innovation we could recommend to the legislature and to the decision makers about how to move forward in the right way. And our consensus process, I think, has done an excellent job in developing things that pull together all the different perspectives and the diversity of opinions that we have on this commission to develop good policies. And I'm really proud of the work that we've done. I think all of us are very hopeful that we'll be successful in reducing the amount of materials that are generated. But if we look at the last 10 years, both the volume and the diversity of products that are entering the marketplace and ending up being disposed is continuing to grow. And in some cases, in terms of the complexity, growing exponentially. And so we have to recognize that for the foreseeable future, even if we're successful in addressing some of those products, we're still going to have a lot of materials that can't otherwise be recycled, composted, or source reduced. And if you look at the example just in the medical field alone, there are countless products that we need to address. They may not be curbside, but they certainly affect the market. And these are the kind of technologies that might be a solution for that. One more thing in light of the comments that we've received, and it's very challenging to read through several hundred comments, so I really appreciate the work of staff in helping to organize them. This commission has operated very successfully using consensus, and I believe the diversity of the backgrounds, perspectives, opinions that we have made the proposals we've developed that much better. We've seen examples of that today. Some of the comments question motivations, attack our integrity. I would ask that we collectively push back on that rhetoric. I'll be honest, I don't expect that this proposal will reach consensus, but I think there are some, there's obviously differing opinions on this topic, but we do have a variety of solid options that I think should be considered in the same spirit that we have considered other proposals. It may come out with something that we can reach consensus on, and if not, I think it was still worthwhile to document some of the comments that we've received and help to present that to the commission. So I appreciate you considering this with an open mind, and I ask Commissioner Asagura if you wanted to add anything before we review the policy itself.
No, I think well said, Commissioner Sky. I think it is, in light of what Director Wagner said this morning, I mean, there's a look at innovation. How does innovation happen in the state of California? What are the principles of technology she mentioned? And I think, Commissioner Sky and I are looking at what else is available, could be available, and how do we as a state address those issues? Whether it is not looking for a definition of chemical recycling or conversion technology, but more so, how do you go about having this discussion and having an open discussion about what happens in the future with technology? And if something is developed that is a benefit to the environment and to the state and to its residents, then it should be considered. But how does that look like? Because now just words are thrown about that I think cause confusion. So thank you, Commissioner Sky, and nice job.
Thank you. So Ted, if you won't mind, we'll start at the introduction. I'll just very briefly summarize that, and then we'll jump into the proposal itself. So tying into the two bills that I think affect the work of this commission most directly, which is 341 and 1383, dealing with recycling and organics. What we're trying to do with this proposal is talk about those pathways that some of these alternative technologies can be used to recover additional materials, either organic or other recovered solid waste that doesn't align with the current pathways. And that's one thing that I think both Alex and I recognize that, and I think we see it in the comments, the definitions and the terms are very confusing. They're not consistent. There's literally contradictory definitions, both in statute and regulations, and it really makes it difficult to regulate these technologies, whether you think they should be promoted or whether you think they should be prohibited. Not having clear definitions prevents either of those from moving forward. So we've heard the different terminologies, but that's part of what we're recommending. So scroll down to the problem statement, and this is something I kind of highlighted in my introduction. We've continued to see recycling rates in California dropping for the last several years, even more significantly with the pandemic on top of more recent regulations. So the last few years have seen this issue actually further exacerbated. And then we've all become much more aware of the fact that materials that we were counting as recycled were not in fact being recycled. They were shipped overseas and not managed in a sustainable or effective way. Sometimes incinerated, sometimes being dumped into the environment with very long-term consequences that I think will take a long time for us to address. So I talk about some of the other policy recommendations that have already been put forward to address this. You can keep scrolling down. Essentially, what we're trying to focus on here is those materials that can't otherwise be recovered. And there are a few areas that I think I missed, so I'll change that. So in the end of the first paragraph under the next section, technology description.
Before we move on,
yes.
Can we discuss set specific sense is
Yeah,
the
absolutely.
facts here. Yeah, if you can go up the paragraph before. Well, I do have some wholesale comments to make on this. We can either take them wholesale or point by point as we go through. First of all, the statement that advanced solutions to reclaim, reprocess, or otherwise recycle waste can significantly reduce the amount of material disposed. It's not proven. Okay, point number one, the state attorney general literally announced a state investigation into chemical recycling as a potential fraud. So when our state attorney general is investigating chemical recycling as a fraud, I think that says right there, it's not proven. And if you look at the long list of projects that have been proposed and failed and have been covered by the media, been covered in reports, it's definitely not a proven technology. Point one on that sentence.
How would you revise it? Because I didn't think we were making a declaration and not just saying that it can reduce.
Well, honestly, I have bigger issues with the whole policy, and I can go through all of those point by point, and my overall recommendation will be to remove this policy and reconsider it altogether. There are so many, when we consider really the issue here, what's hard to recycle? What's hard to recycle is plastic waste. Paper has a 68% recycle rate in America. I don't know the data for California. I don't know if we really have it. Cardboard has a 94% recycle rate. Aluminum is way up there. And in glass in California, we have a pretty good recycle rate because of our deposit. And yay, they're being added to the bottle bill. So that will get better. So the issue we have here is plastic waste. And the truth is the technology is not proven. Second point, it is incineration, okay? It actually is. Both, I am registered, I didn't bring my license today, but I am a registered professional engineer in the state of California, so I'm going to tell you facts, not opinion. And that is that pyrolysis actually volatilizes hydrocarbons. How do you think the pyrolysis vessel is heated? It's heated by combusting that material and heating it back in. That is combustion of the material, which lowers the material efficiency rate. If you Google material efficiency rate of chemical recycling, you'll see that it's quite low, and that's one of the main arguments. Gasification, the same thing. So you're losing material, you're actually burning the material, you're combusting. Combusting equals burning equals incineration. So it is an incineration process. 3 weeks ago, my husband and I spent 3 hours to drive by a large pyrolysis facility that still hasn't started up in Ashley, Indiana. And the state of Indiana gave that facility $185 million in state green bonds, and it still hasn't started up. What is at that facility at the end of the property? A huge flare. Why do they have a flare? They have a flare because they combust gas. And the facility, yes, is still operating. I can happily go through the rest of all the comments. This is an environmentally harmful process that we're talking about. It's unproven technologies. Yes, it's incineration. It's not proven to even process post-consumer plastic waste. The Renewlogy project in Utah shut down because of this. The Brightmark facility in Ashley, Indiana hasn't even started up. In Macon, Georgia, the officials went and visited the Ashley facility and found that it didn't look good. So they pulled $500 million in state funding. If you do research and look at what Nexus Fuels in Atlanta says that they're processing, they say they can't process plastic household waste. Why? Pyrolysis can't handle PET and PVC. We will never get a clean stream from household plastic waste. There's only about 5 pyrolysis facilities in the US. 3 of them have major fires. It's a risky, wasteful use of taxpayers' funds. Already, Cal Recycle has made grants to several plastic recycling facilities that haven't started up. It locks in investments. Let's all remember that this poor city of Honolulu is actually having to pay a fee because they don't send enough money to the incinerator there, and they signed a contract. You know, if you're going to build this, they have to sign contracts. And lastly, it's really a delay and distraction to the adoption of reuse programs and waste reduction. If we create this giant incinerator garbage machine over here to take all this this plastic waste that can't be recycled or composted, there'll be no incentive to actually reduce it. And finally, the fact that we actually have a bill in front of the California State Legislature to stop those two incinerators and close them in California says to me, why would we consider starting new incineration facilities? And yes, they're incinerated. They burn their own material to generate the energy to fuel themselves. So my proposal is that this is a non-starter in California. There's a lot of public comments that have been brought in. This isn't news. The response to this shouldn't come as a surprise. You've heard this all along. And I ask that the commission remove this policy proposal.
Thank you.
Or should we go through the rest of this and then I'll answer?
Well, I think we have to go through the rest of it. I think we've heard one commissioner's take, and that's very, very important and appreciated. She's got a lot of good facts and data, but we should hear it, and then we'll hear the public comment, and then the commission can have a discussion and decide what to do.
Can I just clarify? So we're not commenting on individual
We can.
sections?
I think as he goes
it?
through it, if you have comments on the section, you should. I thought that's what Commissioner Dell was doing. Yeah. So feel free.
I mean, I share a lot of Jan's concerns. And I mean, frankly, I just going through this sentence by sentence, I have issues. So I'm not sure what the best way to address it is.
Just go
But
sentence
even-
by sentence.
Even starting off with the first sentence, you know, and I think kind of gets at the underlying issue here is that it says that we have these laws to divert solid waste from landfills. And that's actually not the law. It's to divert solid waste from disposal, including all forms of disposal. And there definitely is some other jurisdictions that treat landfilling as inherently worse than energy recovery. We don't really do that in California. Our waste hierarchy puts them on an even playing field. And so I think the fundamental basis here of the idea that we want to recover this material through energy recovery because that's better than landfilling is not consistent with our waste hierarchy. And there have been proposals over the years to change that, and we've opposed them. And but it was very much not changed by the legislature.
So you'd recommend that first sentence, it actually says solid waste and organic waste from disposal, which includes landfilling and transformation is the way I remember the law.
Yes, and I guess that kind of underlies the entire document, right? I mean, the entire point of the document is how do we promote these alternatives to landfilling when I don't think that's within the scope of this commission or within state law in California.
Okay, so you're saying that the definition, basically there's nothing mentioned here, no technology mentioned that would be considered recycling.
No, I think that that's actually a good distinction. There are definitely some technologies that could count, but the ones that are being cited would either not count under existing law, the ones that are being cited as successful, or they're just not necessarily successful. So I'm kind of struggling with that as well.
Yeah, and I think this is what we've been struggling with from the beginning when these started being brought up to us, is there's no definition, and we're being asked to kind of figure out what these things are and slot them. And we're not supposed to be discussing disposal facilities. We're supposed to be discussing source reduction, recycling, organics, reducing contamination, market development. Now, some argue this is market development. So, we've got that too. But I think part of the problem here is that the state hasn't defined these things. I mean, honestly, I'm just looking at Zoe because we could go round and round about this all day about what we think. But at the end of the day, there needs to be some rule from on high about what these different technologies actually are and how they're slotted in the hierarchy. Because otherwise we're guessing and then we don't have researchers here. I mean, Commissioner Dell is about as educated as anybody here on the commission about what these facilities do, but we don't have the resources to do the deep dive that would need to be done on this. So I've always been worried about touching this.
And if I could just chime in on another comment that was made earlier about the definitions and how they're inconsistent. I agree, the definitions in statute are incredibly inconsistent. I think we have wildly different goals of how to make them consistent. And both have been proposed in the legislature and then killed by the other side. So it's not a new issue. It's something that we've been working on for the 15 years I've been at CAW. I think, Kobe, to put some words in your mouth, I think the bill that you sponsored a few years ago, AB 222, started off making it more consistent in a direction that you were comfortable with. The final amended version that left Senate Environmental Quality made it more consistent in a direction I was comfortable with, but the sponsors were no longer comfortable. So none of this is new. It's an ongoing debate we've been having for many, many years at this point.
Which gets to Commissioner Sky's comment, the chances of consensus on this are pretty tough.
So if that's where we're headed, Chair Sanborn, would it be just, I think, important for Commissioner Sky to go through
Yes,
the process? I mean,
absolutely.
there's a lot of folks that, there's a lot of, obviously, we're not going to get to consensus. It's quite obvious, but I think it's important that there was hard work done
Yes.
to develop,
Yes.
try to get to some definitions, right?
Mhm.
Or try to at least get folks to start talking about different technologies and some definitions, but maybe listening through the presentation from Commissioner Sky. And then at
Yes.
the end, if we don't reach consensus, then there's really no need to go sentence by sentence because it'll take a lot of time of the commission that we have a lot of things to do today.
Right.
And
But
so if we go through that, at least gives an opportunity to listen to what was in the document. And then really, I mean, I think we already have a couple of folks that say that they're not going to be in agreement with the document.
Okay, thank you. And so we'll just let Commissioner Sky go through the rest of it. And I guess that means we aren't going to stop him and work on line by line? Okay, all right. And Commissioner Dunleavy, you want to say something?
Yes.
No, I agree. We shouldn't go by this line by line because there's so many factual things that I would present facts with references and so on that would change this. I think that an overall summary of what it is sufficient, and then we hear public comments, and then we as a commission decide what we want to do on this.
Yep, I think that's what we agreed. Okay, Commissioner Dunleavy?
Yes, thank you. So if we're going to go kind of line by line through this or go through the document, I've never been to a council meeting, supervisor meeting where there were so many comments that were submitted. In the past practice for this commission has been to read all the public comments. I think we're going to have to schedule time to read all the public comments out loud. I don't think we should pick winners and losers and just characterize 83 of this category and 45 of that category. I mean, we've heard public comments from Smokey to Bear. So I think if we're going to go through the document, we should give a voice to all those that submitted comments to give them recognition for their participation in this public process.
I'll make the comment that every single comment is published, and that is meeting the terms of public comment. Everybody can see it. Everybody can see their name. And that's what I read earlier. That's on the public notice.
Okay, it's just my comment that we've heard and read all the public comments in the past. I think we should continue with that practice.
We try to listen to everybody, but we can't on this one.
With the two policies, the one that we've already approved, is it number 7? Hold on. Number 6, we've already approved a policy on banning a lot of plastics. This policy almost appears to be a Band-Aid, that if that policy doesn't pass, this policy would allow something to happen with the material. I don't know that it is going to change behavior. I've said it in the past, I like landfills. I think we have the safest landfills in the world. Some of the best companies are operating them. Some of the best operating engineers are maintaining them. And if plastic ends up in a landfill, I think it's safer here than someplace else, or doing something that will create a hazardous waste. We need to have people change behavior and tell them that plastics can't be recycled, certain plastics can't be recycled, and not create a Band-Aid. If we go back to the recycling committee, I look back on some of the comments. I think we addressed this in September 2020, where there were comments asking the recycling committee to consider advanced recycling as an option. And I think what we talked about at that point was it wasn't in the hierarchy. Combustion, conversion technology, waste to energy wasn't something that was allowed in California. And if they wanted advanced recycling or other technology to be considered, they need to change that to allow either waste to energy or combustion or what they're presenting as an option. So that would need to be changed first before we get into the meat of what this could or could not be. I think I'm not going to be comfortable with this. So if we're going to go through this entire document, we're going to give time to a subject that I don't think we're going to be moving forward. And my
Well,
request
I
is
think we
if we're
already
gonna
decided
give-
that we were going to let Commissioner Sky summarize it. And we're just dragging this on at this point, I think.
Yeah.
Because he was just going to summarize it and then we were going to discuss it, if I understood
Yeah.
how we all agreed.
So my request is if we're going to give time to go through this and give it airtime, we should also read all the comments from all those who submitted them, just like
Okay,
we've done
we
to
heard you.
all those in the past.
I heard you, and I think I've already explained, I'm still the chair, and so we're not going to hear every single comment. There's 320. We can't, but we are going to hear some, and the staff, Laura and Emily, have already sorted them, categorized them, and we're going to do our best to hear as many as we can, and the more time we leave for that, the more we'll have for that comment. Okay, so at this point, I'm going to let Kobe go back to just kind of summarizing what it was proposed in this policy.
So maybe we should jump down to the options and I'll go through that. I did want to just address a couple of the comments. I think all of the commissioners that have spoke have pointed to some of the challenges that we're trying to address in discussing this topic. It's, I think, under the proposal section, which is those definitions. So we have these technologies being used today to recycle plastics. And in deference to Commissioner Dell, you can break down those plastic components into something that then is used to heat the material and generate the heat, but it's by no means a requirement in the process. And there's lots of processes that don't do that. So it's not necessarily a combustion process, although you can operate it that way. It kind of takes away the value of using these advanced technologies to then just combust the material that you're using. But you can also recover and recycle that same material. And a point of process about the comments, I know we've had extensive comments in the past and we've summarized them rather than reading all of them before. So I don't know why when we get 300 and some odd comments, we would decide this is the day we're going to read every single comment, even when some of them are duplicated. But just to summarize the key potential options that Alex and I developed, one is to require life cycle analyses. This is something that I think a lot of folks have actually recommended to show the actual potential impacts from a greenhouse gas or from other environmental impacts of these technologies. And some developers are already performing these, but we should have that as consistent. The second proposal is related to funding. We talked about infrastructure funding and I laid out some of the potential options for that. That could be a way to validate which technologies are actually viable or not. The third option, if you scroll down further, this is getting to the issue of the definitions. And I think most of the commissioners acknowledge that there's definitions that were incorporated into spot legislation. There's no consistent definitions for a lot of these terms. Some of them are under transformation. some of them are separated from it. And our recommendation essentially is to ask the Council on Science and Technology to develop clear definitions that are scientifically accurate, that are based on the actual technologies and are not just tied to which feedstocks the particular technology is processing to define the particular technologies. And then I think there's one more recommendation. And just to incorporate best management practices, and that's to address again the comments that we've heard, that and there are legitimate concerns about where these facilities might be sited, what impacts they might have on the communities where they're developed. LA County has developed what I think is a model process for that through our green zones ordinance, and that's something that the state could consider or other regulatory agencies can consider. So that's in a nutshell what we propose. If there might be consensus for any of those 4 items, I'd love to have the commission just consider those, and we can essentially scrap the rest of the proposal.
Commissioner Davis?
Yeah, Kobe, I'm not sure the distinction between a life cycle analysis for greenhouse gas and methane are necessarily different. Why?
They are. In the greenhouse gas life cycle is the most common one that's used nowadays. It's really tying back to both 341 and 1383. The impetus for both of those bills and many other laws in California is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So that's why we wanted, at a minimum, to have these technologies develop that kind of analysis. It would be tied to what materials they're processing, where they're coming from, but it would help to see whether this is a solution or doesn't really move the needle. So that's why we were recommending that as a potential.
But methane is a greenhouse gas.
Right. You can strike that if you want, so it's clear.
And yeah, I mean, that's provided for already in 1383. Okay. And then the funding one, I'm, you know, I mean, why would the state pay for these analyses rather than the project proponents? And why would the state use why would the state use general fund money for that? You're saying it's part of the existing appropriation for circular economy?
It's funding that's already been appropriated, and the recommendation was so that there could be more confidence in the results. If the project developer is funding an analysis, then I don't think there's as much confidence from the public or other entities.
Well, yeah, and there's other ways to do it, as you know, but I mean, local government is required to do CEQA analyses, and they're responsible for them, but they don't pay for the CEQA analysis for a project. So I couldn't support number 2. You'd end up doing, you know, just the projects that are pitched to me. If I had to pay for the LCA, you know, I wouldn't have any money left to do anything else. So number 2, you know, the project proponents should bear the cost of it. But number 1, I mean, it's part of the 1383 regulations.
If the companies pursue that pathway, it is.
Yeah. So you're suggesting somehow there would be LCAs for other projects?
Right, because if they're not managing organic waste, for example,
yeah,
then they can go through that process.
Maybe the recommendation would be the part of a CEQA analysis for projects include a life cycle analysis, you know, some kind of standardized life cycle analysis and roll it in. Because the projects are, if the project is locally specific, the local agency is stuck with doing that. We wrote a policy earlier on consolidated permitting, and this seems to be a natural kind of fit into that consolidated permitting framework where the state agency would take the lead. Our recommendation was that they would involve the locals in that. So.
I'm fine with adding that. Ted, if you want to add a sentence at the end, this may also be conducted through the CEQA process.
Well, it should be part of the CEQA. I mean, this is important. This would be important information. Some of these projects are going to arrive,
Yeah,
no
locally.
matter where they fit in
I
the
agree.
state's hierarchy, and we need to be able to deal with them. But they're local. They're not built in the Cali PA building. They're built on the ground of some locality who's going to be faced with trying to get their mind around these.
So just to make sure I'm clear, so you're proposing that the recommendation on life cycle analysis be that the developers pay for it and that it be part of it's required as part of a CEQA review.
Yeah,
I'm questioning why we're going line by line now. I thought we agreed we weren't going to go line by line. Why
We're
are we
not,
talking-
excuse me,
I
excuse me.
thought Commissioner Sky asked for
He
to
did.
focus just on this.
We already discussed the overview and now we're getting commissioners' thoughts based on what Kobe proposed. So I'm going to go to Commissioner Ward and then Commissioner Lapis.
I generally concur with Commissioner Dell's assessment that this is largely a delay and distraction, and I really do not feel like it's this commission's role to tell plastics manufacturers what to do with plastics that are not recyclable, that shouldn't belong in compost streams, and yet they have markets. So I really feel that the priority in terms of policies in this regard really need to focus on plastic generation and distribution, because that's where the profitable entities are and that's where the non-recyclability comes in. And there should be some mechanism by which the purveyors of such plastic resins that are not recyclable are required to have some sort of communication to the buyers of that resin so that they understand there are restrictions to how they can enter the California market with such non-recyclable materials. I also feel that I kind of object to the general concurrence and the use of the word advanced with regards to these technologies. Pyrolysis is not new. People have been making charcoal in developing countries for millennia, and that is a pyrolysis process. So I think the more appropriate description of these are destructive disposal, sometimes with recovery.
Thank you, Commissioner Lapis.
I want to comment specifically on the LCA. I think people think that an LCA is a switch you flip and you get an answer, but there's so much that goes into it in terms of assumptions and boundaries and other things. And about a decade ago, the state spent a ton of money on 2 different LCAs that were never published. There's one done by the Waste Board on organics and one done by the Energy Commission on landfill gas emissions. And both LCAs end up being not published because of huge disagreement over the boundaries, assumptions, landfill gas collection efficiencies, et cetera. And I was on the technical advisory committee for both of those. And I believe both were a $500,000 budget. So I would hate to spend another $1 million arguing over something that'll never be published.
They are very expensive to do. And you're right, it's all based on the assumptions and who sets those assumptions. Does anybody else want to speak to this? Anybody have their hand up on the screen?
I guess, and I'll repeat, projects are going to arrive, right? And so, but it'll be up to the locality to deal with it. I agree with Nick. I mean, you know, the boundaries of the LCA, the assumptions that go into the LCA, you know, those are huge. But these projects are going to emerge, guaranteed. Yeah.
So I guess that is the issue, is they will show up. They're going to convince somebody to cite them. And then do we say nothing? Or do we say something? And that's really up to the commission to decide.
You know, we still have the 3-part test, and
Yep.
you know, the presentation that prefaced all the other presentation to us focused on the 3-part test. So, you know, that's what we have. You know, absent anything else, the definitions of these conversion technologies are on the statute. And
I'm just thinking out loud. What if if they're going to show up and we know that they're actively marketing in states all around the country to site facilities and get state money to pay for it and federal money, et cetera. Do we ask how, I mean, could it be possible that we just ask Cal Recycle to please come up with some vetting or some way to process, or like, because right now there's nothing. It's just a black hole. And if these companies show up and convince a locality to site there, I mean, eventually you'll have to get involved, I would think. If it's a, is it a solid waste facility permit? How long down the road before do we let it go? And investors then get upset if you close the door on them late in the game? And then we got a bigger problem? I mean, I think there needs to be some thinking at the state level about how to get ahead of this, because it's coming like a freight train. I mean, they're introducing bills and getting them passed all over the country. So I'm wondering, since I'm not hearing agreement on the general concept of this, could we agree on a more general concept of, we ask the state to come up with some sort of a vetting process on how to deal with this and send out a signal from California. This is what we're looking for, and this is what we're not okay with. Because right now it's just, we're being left to just scramble, and we're volunteer commissioners trying to give advice, but we're not technical experts to know every technology that's out there. So I'm just saying that out loud.
And
because,
Jared, I think that's right. I think what you're saying is right. They're coming, right? Like Commissioner Davis just mentioned, it's coming, but yet it's so not defined, right? That there has to be something that talks about innovation or the principles of technology, or what the state of California expects with this technology, or you continue to have those. I mean, I like Commissioner Ward. I mean, you know, at the end of your presentation, your comments, right? This is this, right? But it seems that there's so much different technology out there being proposed that we have to have some guidance, or the state at least has to provide some guidance.
well, and if we don't, we're going to be caught flat-footed, and it could get very ugly because a lot of investors will be behind it, and they're not going to want to slow it down once they get some traction. Commissioner.
And coming from a community where an incinerator was aggressively proposed for some time, what I have seen in my experience is you have very well-dressed, high-paid engineering firms come to town and then sell you the sky. They basically, here's the dream. This could all happen. All you have to do is pay us to build this big black box that's going to do magic. And so long as you promise to pay us, the banks are good with it, the engineering firm is good with it, and the community gets stuck with the bill. And we've seen this in a variety of different frameworks, and whether you call it pyrolysis, whether you call it incineration, it's noteworthy to note that many of these same technologies have been dancing around to try to find the phrase that is most exciting so that they can get the next sale. And it is very challenging to try to do truth telling, to explain that this is not a good deal for local communities, that the only ones who are really benefiting are the engineering companies and the bankers financing these things. But that is the history of it, and that history is actually fairly widely available. So I'm not exactly sure that we need to have a specific role either from Cal Recycle or anybody else. There are some good nonprofits that are out there, many of whom have commented on this very policy proposal. And if you have an incinerator or a pyrolysis facility proposed for your community, I suggest you might get in contact with those groups.
I saw a hand up. It's a Commissioner Sky or Dell,
Yeah.
and then
so
Commissioner Medrano. I'm sorry. Yeah, and he'll be next.
I think those comments point to why we included the final recommendation, and it's maybe more specific than what was recommended, but to develop some best practices that we'd like to see the state adopt. I think it's the next one. Best management practices. So I would be very comfortable if there was consensus for developing a request for the state to develop a framework, because the three-part test really doesn't mean a lot. If the technology checks those boxes, there's not much else the state would require of the facility beyond.
Okay, so you're looking now at just narrow this to best management practices and figuring out and giving some advice to the state, because I agree this 3-part test, it seems like that's all we've got right now. And I think a lot of the proponents of these things, we keep saying, just tell us the technology, put it through the 3-part test, show us that it's recycling, and then we can talk about it. Because if you can't do that, we can't talk about it. And I still think that, but that's all we've got. So, but what would we tell Cal Recycle and the state? Would we say, you know, they're coming, you need to be aware of them? I mean, I can remember when I was in the chair's office in 2000 and conversion technologies just started hitting, and we were like, what is this? And there was an energy and brownouts, and everybody was panicking about, we didn't have enough power. And so there was this big push. What is being pushed on us? What is this stuff? We don't even know. There was no mechanism to evaluate it. So the state started evaluating it and trying to at least understand the technologies. And I think that's really, to me, where we need the state to go now, is to understand the technologies, clarify what they are, get something in definition, and let us know, is it fitting in recycling or is it fitting in transformation? Because we don't, I mean, that's why we haven't heard any of these, because they can't prove they're recycling. Okay, so with that, I'm gonna, and this is, I'm sorry, yes.
It was a dual hand down here. You know, I really think that we're speaking in the hypotheticals. Oh, they're coming. Oh, we need to do this. And then, oh, this works. Oh, you don't need to burn it. You know, you can use magic solar power to power your pyrolysis units. There's so many hypotheticals, there's so many unknowns. I'd like to go back to my first comment that the state AG is actually investigating chemical recycling right now and whether it works. So many of the claims that are being made by proponents of these don't hold water. The plants don't operate. They do not work on mixed plastics. And so I do not think this commission at all, as to the comments that have been made, we don't have the technical capability. I am a chemical engineer enough to know that we don't begin to have the technology to expertise to make comments on these, as well as the fact that it is a shifting landscape out there. I do think that I believe in the local process. The local process in Macon, Georgia, just said no to an unproven pyrolysis process. And yes, I support Commissioner, well, I think this policy should be taken off the books, but absolutely the title should be changed. But going back to what Commissioner Dunleavy said, if we get these other policies enacted and these things aren't made, then this won't be needed. So this is not something that the commission should be taking forward, and we should not be talking in the hypotheticals like boogeymen are coming at us and so on. We should be very concrete and factual in the whole discussion.
I'm gonna think at this point, turn it over to public comment. Do we have anybody live who would like to speak?
Yes, did Commissioner Medrano also have?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Medrano.
You actually said it exactly how I wanted to, so I withdraw my comment.
Perfect. We have one live commenter. So Jane, I will ask you to unmute.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to comment on this agenda item, commissioners. I've worked on this issue for my entire 3-decade career now. And I just want to remind people that pyrolysis and gasification, as Commissioner Bryan discussed, has been in use for centuries and decades. And really the problem is that these sort of incinerators in disguise are being trying to be cited as advanced recycling. And I just want to point out that there is one pyrolysis facility that has been cited in one of our most impacted environmental justice communities, and basically given a waiver from Clean Air Act regulations in Paramount, California, in the Speaker's District. So, which basically, because it's not called an incinerator, and the agencies are scrambling to know how to regulate it, and it's called something else, and the process flow diagrams are not clear exactly what they're doing or how they're doing it. So I think that Commissioner Byron's social commentary on this is that, they're trying to find a new marketing term to remarket basically incinerators. And the last thing California needs are combustion-based technologies as a solution to the plastic waste crisis. We have the worst air quality in the world. And we know where these facilities will end up being sited. They'll end up being sited in our most impacted and most vulnerable communities. So I really want to applaud what I believe is to be a very erudite and very insightful conversation on this topic. And I look forward to continuing to watch the commission, hopefully not struggle with this, but get clarity on what is really an incineration greenwashing campaign. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Jane. We really appreciate it. And we really appreciate all the comments, whether we're going to read them today or not, since they've 320, but this kind of input is extremely helpful to the commission. So I know that you've, Laura and Emily have sorted and categorized some comments. So could you please read, and I have had no finger in this, I'm just letting them figure it out, which comments, just read a couple from each of the categories? That would be very helpful.
Yes, so this comment is a duplicate and had 189 that were submitted like this. So it's the California Recycling Commission should not open the door to chemical recycling. The primary function of this technology is to prevent or delay the regulation of plastics. Chemical recycling must be opposed on the grounds that, 1, it is not recycling. It rarely converts plastic into new plastic. 2, it generates hazardous air pollutants and waste streams. 3, it has no track record of working at scale. And 4, like the plastics life cycle at large, its facilities are disproportionately located in communities that are low income and or people of color. Okay. Another one that had 45 of the same comment is California Recycling Commission should not push a policy in favor of advanced / chemical recycling when it is being investigated by the state AG for fraud. The investigation launched by California State AG Rob Bonta includes the myth of chemical recycling promoted by the petrochemical industry. I oppose this policy to promote advanced recycling because chemical recycling processes are environmentally harmful with high carbon emissions and generation of toxic air emissions and hazardous waste streams, in parentheses, proven in NRDC and Gaia reports. 2, unproven technologies that have not been successfully operated at commercial scale, also in parentheses, proven in NRDC and Gaia reports. And 3, a delay and distraction to the adoption of reuse and waste reduction. Would you like me to read just a couple of other ones of the 84 that are unique?
Yes. Yes, the ones that you think are really.
I'm going to pick some random ones.
Yes.
They're 84. So this one is from Giselle Albertine, no organization. It says, chemical recycling is a set of technologies that turn plastic into fuel that's burned for energy or into new chemical compounds, but it has never been proven to work at scale. It produces hazardous waste streams and creates a dangerous fallacy that there is a way to the mountains of plastics being produced. Chemical recycling is designed to justify producing more plastic. At best, it's a costly distraction from the solutions we need. At worst, it will open the door to another wave of plastic waste, continuing to pollute predominantly lower income and BIPOC communities, so Black, Indigenous, people of color communities. Plain and simple, we don't want chemical recycling. Another one. Sorry, there's a lot to go through here. This one is from Elise Calfayon. It says, please reject this proposal for chemical advanced recycling. Plastic resin or plastic recycling hasn't worked up until now, and adding more chemicals to the mix is just exacerbating harm. Chemical recycling processes have high carbon emissions and generate toxic air emissions and hazardous waste streams. We need to reduce the amount of plastic being generated and increase the amount being recycled without further harming the environment. Post-consumer mixed plastic waste still will be unrecyclable. This is a risky use of taxpayer funds. Brightmark, Indiana received $185 million in state green bonds and is years overdue in starting up. There are so many other reasons to reject this proposal: financial, safety, environmental, and systemic. This proposal just delays and distracts. We need to adopt reuse programs and reduce plastic production, not increase recycling. Another one is from somebody named Lisa. It says, please think twice about opening the door to chemical recycling. Chemical recycling is not, in fact, recycling at all. It rarely converts plastic waste into new plastic, and it generates hazardous air pollutants. Furthermore, the chemical recycling process has no track record of working at scale. Plastic waste is a dire problem in desperate need of solutions, but chemical recycling is not an acceptable solution. We can do better. We demand better. Thanks for your thoughtful consideration of this issue.
Okay, how about one more?
Okie dokes. Judy Schultz, this one is from. As a nurse, I am writing in opposition to chemical recycling and to ask the commission to not advance any plan to allow chemical recycling. It has never been proven to work at scale. It produces hazardous waste streams and creates a dangerous illusion that it is a solution to the horrendous amount of plastic that is polluting so much of California and our coastline. Plastics are toxic to humans and animals, and the immense level of pollution that already exists is killing wildlife and showing up in human blood and tissues. We need to wean ourselves off of plastics. We can no longer afford to support the plastics industry. It needs to transition to true plastics recycling, parentheses, i.e. collection of used plastic and production of new items from that plastic. Thank you for your consideration.
Yes, I want to thank everybody who submitted comments. I know I spent quite a bit of time last night going through them, and really appreciate how many people care and are watching these issues. So with that, I would suggest that we probably don't have a consensus on this item, is what I'm sensing. And we have certainly a lot of opposition. I would say that, you know, we have this situation where we really want source reduction first. And anytime you build an expensive facility to take things that are hard to recycle, I mean, to me, that's the problem we're trying to solve for, is getting to the source of the waste in the first place. It becomes a beast you have to feed and pay off. And we've seen this over and over again with different facilities. So, you know, there's so much around this that it seems like, I think the state is going to have to take some leadership on defining what these things are and dealing with them. I am not sure that, because we were tasked with source reduction, recycling, market development. We can't tell if this is market development, really. I mean, if it's recycling or not. So we're stuck and we're being put in a pretty tough spot. And we don't have, from what I can tell, consensus. So I would recommend that this be put off and withheld unless there's somebody that can get us to consensus around the one idea of, that I didn't hear that we had it, around the best management practices. I think CalRecycle has heard everything today. The whole world has heard it. It's recorded. I'm sure it will be played over and over. I'm seeing texts from people around the country that think this is a fabulous discussion. So I think it's been heard. Is there anything else you would like to do with this item? Commissioner Osagura?
No, I think you're right. I think it's a good discussion, you know, Chair, and I think it will be a continued discussion. I understand Commissioner Jan's comments about, you know, her, you know, obviously she's an expert, she's a chemical engineer regarding that, but there are new technologies coming, and it will be important for the state and for CalRecycle to develop more clarity regarding this subject. So that, as Commissioner Ward mentioned, that those things that are peddled that are not true and that all they do is create additional hazardous waste shouldn't be considered, right? But if there is some new technology that comes down the road that is transformative, not transformation, but transformative, that it should be considered. And there should be a pathway to how to consider that technology. So I agree with you, Chair.
Thank you so much. And Commissioner Sky, did you want to say one last thing? Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Schneider, and then Commissioner Sky to wrap it up.
The downside of being back in the office is I got interrupted, so I missed some of the early part. I'm happy with the direction we're going, more discussion. But as a community that benefits from anaerobic digestion of organics into biogas, this has always been sitting out there. Is it okay? Is it not okay? And the fact that in a few years, our garbage vehicles, of which the biogas is used to run our fleet vehicles, that won't get the credit that it gets. So I think I would like to see that come back and address that, because we all know when you buy a garbage truck, you want it to last a very long time. And if that particular part of the law triggers in the next few years, that will hurt communities that have moved to anaerobic digestion of organics. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Sky?
Thank you. I think those are, first of all, this was a great discussion. I really appreciate the commissioners weighing in. And I think this was a summary of what we heard, but it's clear there isn't consensus. I think Commissioner Essinger said it well, that we might just take a different approach to consider how to address proposals that come in for more innovative technologies and maybe separate it from these different terms. But I think we've accomplished what we set out to do, which was to hear the input from folks that wanted to see these technologies discussed. We had a great discussion, and we know that the state has its work cut out. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, thank you to the public for all the input and comments. And at this point, the item is tabled unless somebody comes back with something else that's a greatly revised version. But we heard lots of comment today. So thank you again so much. And we are late. We've got 2 items that we had planned to take before lunch. So what I would recommend, we have 12:20 lunches, that we stick to that. That's about 50 minutes. Is that okay with the commissioners? Just to make sure we can get everything done? Okay, so we'll be back here at 12:20 and we'll pick back up with agenda item, I'm sorry, 1:20. And we'll pick back up with actually agenda item 14. Thank you so much. We'll see you after lunch. Okay, sorry, we're coming back a little late. It is not easy to get food anymore at restaurants quickly. So we did race back and some of our friends are still finishing their lunch. It looks like it's about 1:37. And the item, let's see, who else have we got here? Good, we got Commissioner Toyota, Sky, Dell, who is still eating her lunch. Sorry to interrupt. And we were going to go back to agenda item 14, which was the elimination of generic single-use non-recyclable printer cartridges policy. And the good news is that is myself and Ted Ward. So I can just do a brief overview and say that we were approached by companies here in California that have been recycling, refilling toner cartridges, and that is their business. And many of their competitors, used to be competitors, have gone out of business. And they used to, a lot of them be in Chatsworth, California, down near Los Angeles. I believe Commissioner Sky has actually visited one of those locations. And maybe you could give us a little background on that in a minute. But they are really at risk of going out of business because what's happening is there's been a huge increase in the import of cartridges that are labeled as refillable or recyclable, and they're not. And they're competing against the, HPs and the other, players out there that have legitimate refillable, recyclable cartridges. And as you know, they're mostly plastic. And it's hurting the good players. It's unfair playing field. And now it's actually to the point where we might lose all of our infrastructure for the recycling of these cartridges on our watch. And we've already lost one, the Aquafil processing recycling plant on our watch, which I was warning could happen. And unfortunately it did. They're going to continue to collect carpet, but not recycle it here in California. And I certainly would hate to see that happen again when we know it's been brought to our attention. So do we have the exact right answer in this policy? I don't know. I don't think we've got it all the way figured out. We haven't had enough time to dig into this. So I will open it up to anyone who has suggestions for us. We would be all ears on this and want some enforcement. But this is kind of a big, almost a national issue because they're coming in, a lot of them from China and other countries. So anyway, that's really the context. And what we thought we would do, and the purpose of this obviously was to eliminate unnecessary plastic waste generated from third-party, new manufactured, single-use, non-original equipment manufactured printer or duplicator cartridges, promote competitive collection of used original equipment manufactured printer or duplicator cartridges, and increase the demand for recycled printer cartridges. And the proposal was to amend a section of law created by AB 1497, adding another section that would deem it unlawful for any person, entity, or business to import for commercial purposes or possess with intent to sell, offer for sale, or display for sale, trade, or sell within the state. This is very legalese. The OEM printer or duplicator cartridges. And it would exempt any person who sells remanufactured or refilled cartridges for the purpose of reuse or resale using spent OEM cartridges cores. And it would be a violation of law punishable up to a fine of $10,000 a day. Again, who would be the overseeing agency is a question. We would really appreciate some help with this if there's folks out there that have ideas on how to solve for this, but this was at least a first stab at trying to solve for this problem. And we gave some related laws that deal with International Trade Commission investigations. So I will turn it over to Commissioner Sky. You did go see that facility, I know, in Chatsworth, so I'd love to hear more about that, and then we can open it up for questions.
Yeah, it's been a while, but I think this proposal is really well stated because a lot of companies are struggling. And so it's going to make two comments. One is that, and you kind of alluded to this, that this is not just a California issue, but a national issue. So I don't know if there's something we can add to request the federal government address this and to look at it not just from new regulations, but potentially from enforcement of existing regulations, whether at the state or the federal level. But I think it would be important to add that. And then the other piece to this, and again, I think it touches on not just ink cartridges, but a lot of industries where there's a lack of standardization, and every new model of printer, even the same manufacturers, will use a completely different cartridge. So if you upgrade your printer, you have to buy all new ink cartridges. There's no reverse compatibility, and a lot of times it's more from a marketing perspective rather than a functionality perspective. So if we can promote that, and I think there's a few manufacturers that actually allow you to buy just the ink directly, so that you don't have to continue to buy new ink cartridges. But those were kind of my two comments, that we should consider federal participation and enforcement, not just new regulations, and that we look at the applicability of more standardization to make it easy for people to reuse.
Thank you. And I know I would love to hear from some of the producers of these products that use the cartridges and make them. I would think that this would be very disturbing to them when they're producing the truly refillable and they're being undercut in sales by companies that are mislabeling and selling into the country against them. So an HP or anybody out there that would be interested in sharing their thoughts on what we can do to help you, we would really be open to hearing it, because, yeah. Commissioner Ward.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that the current language is the best that we could come up with, but I wanted to point out that it amends section 12-156 of the contract code, which I pulled up here. And essentially what this code says is that, except as provided, no state agency shall purchase. So really, this only currently applies to state agencies. And so I would want to see that section significantly expanded and beefed up, in addition to just saying that this is a state agency purchasing policy, because honestly, I don't think that that would move the needle enough for this concern.
Totally agree. And in fact, we could just say, this is one of the things we'd like to see get into the new SABRAC bill. That I think Assemblymember Bennett is carried. Based on our recommendations from last year, the update to the state agency buy recycle campaign. So we could do that in addition to adding the federal focus, which you just added, I think. Any other thoughts on this?
Yeah.
Or, yeah, oh yeah, Commissioner Lapis.
I think Kobe might.
Oh, sorry.
We also had Commissioner Dell.
Of course.
What does generic mean? Why is the word generic in there?
Because I guess they call them generic, like they're just a standard type of cartridge, I believe.
Generic, not like no brand. I mean, correct me, am I wrong? Big brands are selling.
I'm sorry, were you at exactly?
Big brands are selling right now non-recyclable, or are you telling me all the big brands are selling recyclable?
I believe most of the big brands are selling the recyclable or rechargeable. And again, this is, we're volunteers, don't have unlimited staff to do all the research. It was just brought to our attention by companies that are really suffering.
So that gets to a bigger comment, because that's like a basic question here. I feel like this is a really specific thing, and our commission, there's so many things that should be reusables and not single use. So many, and then this is one specifically, and we don't have all the data. Yes, I'm an engineer. Yes, I want to know all the data. Do all of the big brands sell non-recyclable ones? I thought you meant generic, like non-big brand, like generic store brand or something. And so I'm just hesitant that we wade into specific, really small, specific policies that are about products that we just haven't haven't done full research on.
Totally legitimate point. And we could certainly, I've kind of framed this as a way to get more information from others out there who might want to help us beef this up. So if there's, that's an open call and we can just say it's not ready for prime time and we're not ready to adopt it. I know the city of Los Angeles has already taken this up and passed a resolution. And actually, I thought I had updated the policy and I'd put the link in. Oh, I did. Yeah. The petition is in there. Oh, I forgot the resolution. Yeah, I just ran out of time. So, and we have pictures of how these things are labeled. But I'm totally fine if we want to hold it over and do more work and get more research on it because just didn't have enough free volunteer time to get it completely beefed up. But I also would say when we have specific industries that are already here and have jobs in California, I consider that a priority to save them if they're saving a lot of plastics from being wasted, because that's what's happening with these cartridges. They're coming in literally by truckloads of pallets, and they're having to sort through over now, I think it's 50% are not recyclable and refillable. It's unsustainable for these businesses to have it keep going this direction, is my understanding. Commissioner Sky, are you still? Set your hand up. Okay.
I was gonna be added back to the queue.
I'm sorry, couldn't understand. I'm sorry, we couldn't understand you.
I was gonna be added to the queue at the end because I know that people also raise their hand.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to agree with you. I think it'd be great to have HP come and present. I talked to them about this a while ago, but I don't remember all the intricacies, and I also feel slightly uncomfortable.
Yeah.
It's not totally clear to me what the competitive issues here are and all the dynamics. I would appreciate further conversation.
Yep.
And then just very specifically, we do list this as a 2022 legislative priority.
Yeah.
Given that that would involve amending a bill at the last minute, we should probably not say it's a 2022 legislative priority.
Totally agree. This came up a while ago, but we didn't get to it with all the delays in the meetings. Okay, so 2023. And then, so what we could do is we could invite to a future meeting, HP and others to come and share in writing anytime with us what they suggest that we do, if anything. And then we'll share that, make that all public, have maybe another discussion about it. And Commissioner Ward and I could revisit the policy and update it. So I doubt that will happen all by the end of, in 2 weeks from now for this report, but at least we keep this conversation going. But I do feel that any companies that are already existing in reuse in California is rare, and we should do everything we can to protect them and keep them alive, especially when it's around single-use plastics. And Commissioner Sky.
Just to wrap up, so I think this is a good first reading, and if we can revise it further and have a presentation at our next meeting, that's great. And if not, then whenever it is ready, we can bring it back, because I do think it's important and a very good first reading.
Great. Thank you. And thanks for going to that facility and speaking with them. Anybody else? Are there any public comments?
No public comments.
Commissioner Sambor.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. This one seems to be coming on pretty quick by a company or some companies that had contacted you about it. It just seems like we're getting outside of our lane, outside of our core mission, looking at curbside, looking at organics, kind of turning into a waste board, going after all sorts of niche things. This really seems like it's a trade policy dressed up as an environmental policy, and I'm not sure it's something that could be enforced. We would be putting together, I would say, a bad business policy for the Staples, the Office Depots, the local supply businesses that can no longer sell something that's legal because it's not a refillable item. which would force consumers just to go online and find a mail-in printer cartridge. I mean, I think we're going way out of our lane with this one. I could definitely empathize with the companies that are competing with imported cheaper material. Mentioned a little bit earlier with the California reclaimers that are competing against imported resin that says it might or might not be post-consumer content. You know, if we looked at a policy on third-party verification of post-consumer content verification, that would support the California companies directly involved in the circular economy that affects our curbside programs and our buyback programs for material that we're handling, you know, every single day. We got 27 billion containers in the CRV program, and 10 billion of those are PET bottles. A policy like that would help all the cities, all the collectors, all the buyback centers, and the California companies producing that. This one just seems like it's too much of a niche, and we're going way outside of what we originally started talking about with curbside programs. I think this is one where this group, good heart, good product for a reusable item, they're just getting out-competed by imported material, but so are so many other companies in California, whether it's a refillable or reusable. It's competition, it's business in California. So I don't know that I would be supporting, to me, what looks like a trade policy dressed up as an environmental policy on this. So I think they should get their own lobbyist and try and pursue it that way. Because I just don't see something like this, a complete ban on the importation of or sale of a legal item would be good for California businesses.
Just to make sure I'm clear, you don't think it's okay to ban the sale of illegal items imported into the United States, selling against legitimate businesses?
No, they're legal products right now.
No, these are illegal. The ones that we're talking about are illegal. They're selling into the market illegally against the legal products
How are they illegal products?
because they're labeled as refillable and they're not.
So that's a labeling issue.
Well, it's a scam in the market. And the whole thing is killing our refillable, you know, we fought very hard last year to pass legislation. Well, not, I shouldn't say that. We passed a policy that led to legislation to refill bottles. So we've got a business that's already up and running, and it's literally starting to contract quite quickly on refilling plastic cartridges because illegal product is coming into the market and selling against legal product. I think that's an issue. I think it's it's everything we've talked about, source reduction, that's our hierarchy. Market development, it's jobs, it's the circular economy, well, as much.
So is it
depending on
they're mislabeled or they're single use? What's the issue?
They're single use labeled as reusable, refillable. And then when they
Reusable or
get to the
remanufactured.
manufactured and they get to the facility and they have to sort them all out and throw them away because they can't refill them. They're not designed for it.
So then if they're labeled improperly and they're misleading, why wouldn't this organization go after or talk to the AG about false advertising, labeling them incorrectly?
That's what I'm saying. There could be multiple other ways to get at this issue that we haven't thought of. It just seems to me that it would be a good idea to heighten this issue, bring it up, because we could lose the entire infrastructure in California of these refillable cartridges and have a lot more plastic that needs to be disposed of. That could be reused, which is our highest and best use.
Okay, but this policy, it looks like it's a ban on the sale of these items coming in. It's
Like I
not-
said, we're open to ideas. If there's a better idea and HP comes in or some other company and says, hey, we're taking them to court, or we're going after a federal rule change, or whatever the thing is, they could give us different ideas on how to solve the problem. And I'm happy to reach out to them and try to find, what they're doing or what their position is on this. I had briefly talked to them last year too, and it's been a long time and I just haven't had time to get back to it. So happy to do that.
Okay.
Okay.
I think Chair Sanborn, I think it's, we did deal as a commission with truth in labeling. That is part of the things that we're trying to address. It also sends a market signal that in the state of California, there are not only the regulators, but there are folks that are looking into products that are brought into the state that are not necessarily mislabeled, but they're not telling the truth in terms of the labeling. You have a cartridge that is supposed to be refillable. It should be labeled as refillable if it is. If it is not, then we should be addressing those. Now, can we identify every example of that? No, but we can sure send a message regarding truth in labeling, and we can also send a message in terms of a market signal of this is not going to be allowed in the state of California.
Thank you. And I did list the 3 commission goals that we thought that this particular policy hit at the very top, that the 75% goal, market development, and clarifying products that are recyclable and compostable. And Commissioner Sky.
It's Commissioner Dell. So this sounds like an enforcement issue, right? There's so many things that are labeled as recyclable in this state that are not recyclable, that do not pass California law. I have a garage full of examples, and we've written one letter to Cal Recycle on one issue, and then that got copied to the state attorney general, and now he's decided to take on the whole petrochem industry writ large about the recyclability. But I don't understand. Are you saying you can't sell any generic? Because some are there's already a law that says you can't sell single-use things and label them as recyclable. Now, are you saying you can't sell them at all?
No, I don't think that was the intent. We're trying to get the product off the market that's illegal, that's competing with the illegal product that can be refilled. So if we didn't hit the mark.
What's illegal about it? What's illegal about the product? Because it sounds like it's the labeling, that they're labeling it as remanufactured, but the product itself is legal to sell. It's just the labeling that's misleading.
Currently.
Yeah, but the way that I read this, it would ban the sale of these items.
Yes, we don't want if you label something as refillable and they aren't refillable, you don't want them selling here.
So they can sell the product. They just need to take the word remanufactured or refillable off the package, just like we addressed with SB 343, taking
That's my
recyclable,
understanding.
compostable. Yeah. So would this issue fall under SB 343 because it's truth in labeling? So if they found.
Well, that was about recyclability and chasing arrows, and I don't think it does. I think it goes a little further.
Yeah. So again, it sounds like this industry group just needs a small amendment to like SB 343, truth in labeling, taking the reference to remanufactured or refillable if it's not. So they would have to prove it.
Well, I will put the call out to the big companies to see if we can get them to weigh in on this before we bring it back and give you some feedback so that it will be more informed for the next discussion. How's that? Okay, sounds good. Thank you very much, Commissioner Sky, and thanks for going out to see them in Chatsworth, and hopefully we can get that figured out another time, but at least that's had a hearing. And then we can move on unless there's any public comment.
No public comments, but just want to let you know that Commissioner Medrano sent us an email saying that he had an unexpected conflict and wouldn't be able to attend the rest of the meeting.
Oh, okay. That's 3 commissioners. Thank you so much for letting us know. Agenda item 15, then we'll move on to support United Nations development of comprehensive plastic policies policy discussion. So I think that one is Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Chair Sanborn. So this is, I had brought this to a prior commission meeting and had built it upon another policy that essentially addressed plastic exports and imports and the United Nations expansion of the Basel Conventions to include plastics exports. And the United Nations has continued to make progress. Specifically in 2021, the Basel Conventions were expanded to include plastic waste mixtures, contaminated plastic waste, halogenated polymers, including PVC, and waste destined for incineration or waste to energy. So the purpose of this proposal would be essentially to try to find a way for California to constructively engage in the United Nations efforts to develop a comprehensive policy addressing plastics. So they've already adopted this, but because the United States is not a signatory to the Basel Conventions, essentially the United States is not participating in these discussions, and therefore California is not participating in these discussions. But considering the length of the Pacific coastline that California shares with the rest of the world, and considering our contribution historically, if not currently, to the concerns about plastics in the ocean, it seems like we should try to find some way in which our best and brightest minds on this are engaged in this conversation. So that is the recommendation. First, full transparency on plastic waste destinations. CalRecycle and other agencies with responsibilities for oversight of exports should take steps such as mandated consent to use GPS tracking to assist local governments seeking greater transparency regarding the destination and processing and end use of collected materials. Palo Alto, among others, have been interested in this very information, and it is a challenge to get under the current framework. And as plastic amendments to the Basel Convention have been in effect since 2021, California should also establish enforceable penalties that would apply to shipments from California ports in apparent violation of these rules, such as the exports of PVC. Exports of PVC have no known global markets. Therefore, if they are being exported from California ports, it is genuinely a valid concern about where and how those materials are being processed. Recommendation number 2 is that the California Governor's Office and federal engagement on global plastic export controls. And the policy recommendation is that the governor's office should approach the federal administration to find a way California representatives might constructively engage during the crafting of the United Nations instrument to control plastic pollution, as described in the United Nations Environment Assembly of the United Nations Environmental Program, quote, resolution to end plastic pollution towards an internationally legally binding instrument. And that is attached, and there's the United Nations detail proposal is in the folder, and I can pull that up if you'd like. But that is what that looks like. But essentially, the United Nations recognizes this is a global problem, and it is a global problem very much tied to plastics production and distribution. And therefore, a comprehensive policy is the only hope for addressing this concern. And like I said, I believe that California should be part of these discussions, not sitting outside the door.
Thank you. Have we ever asked for the agency as to why they haven't been involved in this?
Not federally. We don't have a direct reach to the federal government.
But I mean, our state, if we're asking them to participate, have we asked CalRecycle yet? Just curious.
This is the first I've done anything on this particular avenue.
So that was the first question I had. Maybe that could be a data request, just to ask if the agency, thank you, would look into maybe answering it why we haven't participated if we haven't, and if they're open to it.
I mean, the surface answer, not knowing anything, is that international trade agreements are the domain of the federal government, and we're an advisory group to a state agency, And so the state agency is probably not going to go over the head of the governor to reach out to the feds. So I would think the process, if Cal Recycle was interested in this, would be to reach to the governor's office, but then would reach to the federal government or perhaps even our senators and find out more about that, that national level discussion. Feel free to correct me, Zoe, if I've missed.
We'll take this as a data request and get back with a formal response.
Yes, thank you.
We're certainly on the right track there.
Okay, thank you.
And
Commissioner Davis? or
Ward,
who's-
Commissioner
Oh,
Ward, so there's two recommendations. The first one seems more like a tactical approach, right? In terms of monitoring of where these materials go through sensors or something like that. And the other is more joining a United Nations, I guess, entity that's looking at this issue for creating a global perspective how to do that. So wouldn't we do that first before the tactical if we do join in terms of, so I just want to understand whether this is more of a tactical thing or more of, getting involved with, United Nations on this item.
Thank you for that question. My thought on that is, first of all, local governments in California currently want full transparency, which we do not have. So that's a more specific request and actually more on point about what this commission is set up to do. Because local governments are wanting that, needing that. It's part of the reliance and trust in government that plastics are being properly recycled. The second recommendation really does go beyond what we normally do, and that it has to do with international policy. And the only way California can engage in international policy is this is my best guess as to how we would do that.
Okay. Commissioner Davis?
Yeah, so first, AB 2287 authorized us to make recommendations to federal agencies as well as the state agency. And so we have the authority to do that. The UN process that was triggered by this resolution is underway. As we sit here, they've met the last 2 days in Senegal, and the participating governments, including the United States, nominated a lead negotiator, and that person's identified in the documents for the Senegal meeting. It's a woman, Lark Williams, who is at the State Department, who previously was at US EPA, and according to her LinkedIn profile, is a graduate of San Diego State. So she is the lead negotiator for the US in this plastic pact. And I would think that we are authorized and positioned to make some suggestions directly to her. So I don't think we have to go through, the smoke and mirrors to get to an appropriate person. When I read this, I was a little confused with the link to the UN resolution and the Basel, because Basel's one issue, we've talked about that, but this whole opportunity around this international agreement or international negotiating process is a huge opportunity, and we should take advantage of it.
So if I could, so my understanding of what you just said is rather than make a recommendation, we should draft a letter.
Yeah, we can make recommendations to federal agencies according to the statute that we're authorized under, and we have the contact information for the U.S. lead negotiator on this international treaty.
Okay, well, based on that, I think I could pull recommendation number 2, work with Commissioner Davis on developing a letter for consideration at a future meeting, and we can just include that one recommendation.
I'm sure there are other commissioners who'd like to weigh in on the letter. So, but I'd be glad to help.
Thank you. And then Commissioners Sky and Toyota. Or Dell, I don't never know who's.
Okay, so thank you, Commissioner Ward, for doing this. I've been working on the issue of plastic waste exports for 5 years. I publish the monthly, I do all the charts. There's a lot of charts and data on the Basel Action Network website. I'm holding up my phone. I am on a global chat with about 70 people, including most in developing countries, And I regularly get photos from them of all the plastic waste that, here we go, in Indonesia, an Amazon bag with the how to recycle label that was found next to a pulp mill in Indonesia. And I've been told many times, including by former Commissioner Potashner, that, hey, Jan, you know, there's more plastic waste in those paper bales than there are in plastic bales going to those countries. So what I would like to do is ask to expand recommendation number 1 to be full transparency on paper and waste destinations. And number 2, add the all-important word of quality. I have, again, focused on this for over 4 years now with stakeholders who are in countries receiving bales from the United States, EU, other countries that are labeled PET bottles, but are 50% contamination. And so simply for a Merck to label a bale as PET bottles isn't good enough. We need CalRecycle to look inside and see what's actually there and see if we're exporting 30, 40% contamination in those PET bales in those hundreds of trucks going to Mexico every month. And so this is really critical. I think this could be one of the most important recommendations that we make to really make sure that California's diversion goal isn't harming other countries for both paper and plastic waste.
Okay, next, will you next? Commissioner Lapis,
Yeah,
I think
okay.
you're next, and then Commissioner Toyota. Is that right? Or was Toyota next?
Ted, a couple questions on option number 1.
Yes.
The request is for CalRecycle to mandate GPS trackers. They don't have authority to do that, do they? You know, we're asking them to do something that they don't have authority to do. Is it?
Well, part of the problem with this is, as with my limited understanding, is that no one really has the authority to do this. And when you start talking about international exports, there are real limitations in terms of what information can be required to be associated with those shipments. And so, but we need to have this conversation somehow, because there are communities with very valid concerns about making sure that their materials are actually going to a place where they're getting processed and recycled.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that at all. I'm just thinking, is CalRecycle the right entity to be asking? This sounds like it should be a bill maybe. So maybe we'd be asking the legislature to give CalRecycle that authority.
Yeah, I did the wiggle words of and other agencies with responsibilities for oversight of exports, because I'm not exactly sure who all they are.
I think to your point, there is no agency that can currently do that. So it wouldn't be clear who we're asking to do what.
Okay.
I mean, so it sounds like we would need a bill. Yeah. And then for number 2, again, along the lines of what John was saying, you know, there's so many folks who are in the middle of negotiations around these issues that I would love to get their input. Maybe CL, Center for International Environmental Law. It'd be great if we could get them maybe as a speaker in terms of what would be helpful. So we're not just wildly doing something that might be counterproductive to their.
Well, that's what we did with Jim Paquette. We invited him to.
Yeah.
Well, and this was very much following on with the conversations that we've had already, and I'm aware, and John's even more aware about what's going on at the UN, and so it seemed to me now was the time to say we should be part of these conversations. We should find a way to be part of the conversation.
Yeah, I think we should ask CL and maybe Basal Action Network as well.
Mhm.
How it would be helpful for us to engage.
Okay. Yeah, Commissioner Toyota is next.
Would it be within CalRecycle's authority to add to number 1, not shipments, but the CalRecycle cannot claim as part of the recycling numbers, percentage numbers that are of material being recycled, anything that it cannot expressly show the material has not been transformed into a new viable material. So in other words, instead of tracking it at it shipped and was what was supposed to be in it shipped, was it shipped and this material turned into what, or at least managed in the way we expected it to be made? And when that happens, then Cal Recycle can say, we recycled 5% material, 10% material.
I'm not tracking.
Not exactly clear what I should change here.
So
Commissioner
in
Toyota.
number one, yeah, if you can, okay, so in number one, what it would say is, okay, it'll be a different one. And Cal Recycle cannot, Cal Recycle shall not count any tonnage of material as recycled, you know, per it's 20, 75% or whatever, unless it can expressly show that it was sent to a facility that actually transformed that material in an environmentally sustainable way, or that's not it, but in a managed in a way that we expected it to be managed, you know, that it was managed responsibly
To California standards or best management practices or?
No, that's too vague. That's way too vague. But in a way, okay, so it can't be something is recycled unless the material was sustainably handled or sustainably handled and transformed into its expected use. That's really vague too. But do you see what I'm getting at here is that you can't count it unless it actually gets recycled, doesn't end up in the ocean, and doesn't poison thousands of people who are just in another area, so that's okay. We can't keep counting that as recyclable. And if I think Commissioner Dell was saying, most of these exports, a large part of them are coming from California.
Didn't we address this in AB 818? Or sorry, 881?
You know, what we looked at was again, that was more toward the being in line with the Basel Convention. This is what I'm trying to do here is not go through the federal channels, but basically by not allowing California, not just Cal Recycle, all of us to count that as recycled material unless we know it was actually recycled. And that being a way to say, okay, we can't count these exports anymore. So now that's not really recycling. So we really have to look at what's happening to this material and what we have to do to make it actually be recycled. And that's how we meet the 75% goals.
Is there any trade experts in the state of California that could come talk to us about what?
Yeah.
Because I thought part of the law that we did move forward was to address this. I know what Commissioner Toyota is trying to do here, but I would like more information from trade experts at the, not the federal level, at the state of California level. It says, how is this going to impact the laws that recently passed and what we've been trying to do? Because I mean, it just seems like we're adding on top of things that we already did.
Well, that's what I was sensing too. So from what I understand though, Commissioner Toyota, you're saying California should be responsible for our own stuff no matter what the international rules are.
Well, certainly we should, but I don't think that we can, you know, we're talking about international trade, so we have a lesser reach, but I think it is possible for Cal Recycle to at least verify some of these places that we're sending materials and verify that they are or are not being processed the way we expect them to be. And that if they're not, there can't be any claim that that material was recycled.
Okay, so that's a whole new program that Cal Recycle would need funding for and staff to do verification, which is a very big deal, would require legislation and funding. It's certainly something we could recommend, but it's a very.
And it's verification in another, I'm just trying to understand it.
Me too, me too.
But it's verification in another country.
Yeah.
Of what a manufacturer in that country that has signed up to the Basel Convention that has actually agreed to trading with this other country. Do you see what
That's
I mean?
not exactly correct, right? Because we're not California, the United States is not part of the Basel Convention, and therefore we're trading with countries who haven't And we're sending material to places that are not in par with that agreement.
But I thought that was a legislation that just passed.
We
was to
sent the
address that issue.
recommendation from, as a state to the federal government asking to join Basel,
Right.
but we haven't yet as a country. So, yeah, Commissioner Dunleavy.
Thank you. I think Commissioner Oseguera kind of hit on it. We're trying to add more and more to what we're doing. And I kind of think of the old saying, more is less, less is more. The more you do, sometimes it's less efficient. The less you do, the more efficient it is. I think in the last year and a half, we've definitely had an impact. We've identified the 15 items that are recyclable. I think there's discussions with with the cities and their system operators that are providing the service to the residents and the commercial businesses. There's a lot of questions being asked of what's being collected and what's happening to it. The city of Palo Alto, city of San Jose, stopwaste.org, lots of questions are happening these days of what's being collected, how's it being sorted, where's it being recycled. I don't want to get into the discussion about yield and contamination. Those are definitely bigger issues. But with this, I'm not sure this one's necessary at this point, because I think we should give some time for all the cities and their system operators to look at their franchise agreements. They have the local knowledge, the local infrastructure. Some facilities can sort a lot of material, others not so many. But I think we need to respect the local decision-making and the independent services that people in Fresno can offer that they're not offering in the Bay Area, or vice versa. So this is kind of saying, all right, we've recommended the list of 15 items, but now we're going to create a state agency to go into all the franchise agreements, all the MRFs, and start inspecting you. CalRecycle has incredibly wonderful people that work there. This is going to add another layer where they're going to have to just work remotely, and they become the group that's overseeing all the activity that I think the local cities and system operators should be doing. I think we have to respect that instead of saying, hey, here's the list of 15 things. And oh, by the way, now we're going to create a state agency to enforce this. I think we got to give it some time.
I just want to say this really quick. I think it's really important. The work that we've done, we can create as many lists as we want, and we can, I mean, all that matters how much if we take it all and send it somewhere where it's dumped in the ocean or burned.
Commissioner Schneider.
Thank you. Just a dumb question. The person who was just speaking, who is that? I mean, I'm looking at my screen. I think it's someone up in Sacramento, but I don't recognize the voice.
Commissioner Sarah Toyota has been talking about, aren't you talking about Jeff? Oh, it's Commissioner Dunleavy.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Speaking as local government, speaking as a small city that is part of a 3-city system, I couldn't tell you where our materials are going from. And I hear trying to give local government time to catch up. Believe me, we are still dealing with COVID. Every day, we are still dealing with COVID. I say that as an elected official. However, we just approved garbage rates, and in that, as a small city, we still weren't told where our materials are going for, and therefore we can't tell the public. So with all respect, Commissioner Dunleavy, and I'm sorry I didn't recognize your voice. I think that we really do need to send the word to small cities, especially, that you need to know where your materials are going. And you have to have your hauler, who is well paid for that, prove where these materials are going. So I respectfully disagree with you, Commissioner Dunleavy. I've been trying for 6 years to get it in my small city. And it's something that we did contractually in San Jose 20 years ago. It has not trickled all the way throughout the state.
Okay, Commissioner Kalbakoff and then Davis.
Yeah,
We did pass a policy recommendation on exports of plastics on this commission, I think a year ago, 881. Did that one pass in legislation? So it's already, okay. And that takes place maybe next year, I would assume, or effective immediately?
They're starting, I thought, the regulatory process. Is that
Okay.
correct? Is always nodding.
So it's ongoing right now for the state of California. And, I think with that and 901 reporting, which are required by all MRFs, where they ship their products to the brokers, there's a paper trail that CalRecycle already has of where this material is going. So I don't know if there's much more to add in my opinion, at this point. Unless it's, I mean, we've already started the ball rolling and passed it on, didn't we?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I think, if I understand it correctly, we passed the request that we, join the Basel Convention. That got, that resolution was adopted. That was sent to the federal government, and they still haven't joined the Basel Convention. And then the 818 that's the flushable wipes bill, the 881 bill, Gonzalez bill. And that was the export bill, and that is being implemented now with the regulations coming, and that will start the tracking. So I think we've done a lot in the space already. Question is, how much more is there? And are we asking for participation at the state, from the state or from the federal government to participate in other international discussions? It's getting further away from California, so it's just a decision. I think we did the low hanging fruit already.
Right, yeah. So that's, I'm happy with where we're at so far. If we want to go further, federally, that's another discussion, I think. I think if we sent a letter already that we wanted to join.
Yeah.
Okay.
Basel.
That's all I have.
Yep, Commissioner Dunleavy.
Yeah, just quick follow-up. With the recycling disposal and reporting system, the RDRS system, I think they're having a workshop in the next week or two where they're expanding the reporting requirements under AB 901, where the originating facility is going to have to identify a destination city. So I think it's closing a broker loophole where you could sell to a broker without identifying where the material is going. And I think I think that change originated with discussions that we've had. So the regulations are catching up, and more people are finding out where the material is going.
Thank you. I think there's Commissioner Skyer-Dell and then Commissioner Davis.
Commissioner Dell. So again, I've been studying exports for many years now. 881 unfortunately won't do much, I don't think, because it was just going to prohibit mixed plastic waste. We've got the problem that our PET bottle bales, our HDPE bottle bales have significant contamination in them, and the receiving countries in Asia have contamination limits of 0.5%, 1%. And our exports are exceeding those. There is no MRF with an optical scanner that can get to 1% contamination or 2% contamination. So our bales are breaking the law of the other countries that have said, please don't send those to us. These are countries, I've worked in all of them, I've lived in Asia, they don't have the wherewithal to say, hey, California, don't stop. They're trying to, but our bales keep going, and 881 won't stop that. But I don't think we need to boil the ocean on this. If we looked at a specific hot area, a hot spot of where California, close to home, where our bales are now going, it's Mexico. And I've presented the charts before that we are flooding Mexico with our plastic waste. You can just put it on trucks and send it down. There's probably reverse. In fact, I'm going to probably have to fight those trucks on the Highway 5 on the way home today. And on reverse logistics, they might bring goods back up, but they're taking contaminated plastic waste from California down to Mexico. I think there could potentially be a specific initiative for CalRecycle to really understand who are the recyclers in Mexico. Are they in areas with water scarcity where people don't have water? I mean, there's all kinds of, I've worked throughout Mexico, there's all kinds of environmental social justice issues in manufacturing. And I think, we absolutely need to look at those issues further. So that's the reality of it.
Yeah, well, I was going to mention the rulemaking process that Commissioner Dunleavy mentioned, which also addresses 343 and 881. So anybody who's interested in how that might be implemented, or you want to make suggestions, there is an opportunity. As far as local scrutiny of destinations, there's a lot of issues around that, including verification. My suggestion is do what we do, look at the bails, and if you want to get that authority under your franchise, or just ask, do a random bail look. And yeah, I mean, it is hard to get 0.5% of non-stated materials. It's hard to get 1% of non-stated materials, but the market's accepting certain thresholds. Some are better than others, but if you think your bails are too high, first go look at them and see what's in there. And I think that would be easier to introduce locally, either voluntarily or otherwise. The market has its limitations. So, just a suggestion, trying to find out where it's going and what happens when it gets there. If you're shipping a bale that has 1 or 2% non-stated material, find out, know that. People aren't going to pay for PET, pay for HDPE, and not use it to create value. It doesn't work. It's not a good business plan to be paying for stuff that you're going to toss. So ship over the ocean and then toss.
Well, that was actually, I received that response from our hauler and processor. They've said, well, we sold those bales as if that was a defense for the 20% plus contamination.
Did you look at the bale and it had 20%?
No, that was the explanation I received.
Well, no, I mean,
We
look
sold
at the
those
bale.
bales.
Look at the bale before you assume it had 20% contamination. But, yeah, that would be my suggestion. I mean, that's how we do it. We look at bales.
So as far as the
Randomly choose
policy,
bales and
Yeah,
talk about
where do we go from here? So I could certainly drop number 2, but if we just had consent on number 1 as it stands, would we have consensus? Somebody speak up if you got objections.
I mean, I'm gonna object to that. I think it's a good intention in terms of where to head potentially next. But I think we're in the middle of CalRecycle doing rulemaking on things that we actually helped write or promote. The United Nations and the United States are in the middle of negotiations. And, we're also have made a petition to join the Basel Convention. I mean, all of these are in an attempt to get this under control. I think, Commissioner Davis makes a great recommendation. If you want to take a look at the quality of the bale in your franchise agreements or your contracts, take a look at that bale at that point. It's going to be much more effective and efficient than trying to chase down that material at this point to countries that actually we do have agreements to and materials can go to. To me, in terms of CalRecycle, to do that, follow that bale into a manufacturer, then into what it's going to turn into. Right now, that to me has a lot more thought to go through that. So for me, I just could not at this point, support this.
I think, yeah. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
and to add to Commissioner Oseguera, there are plenty of inspectors that hit our MRFs on a weekly basis and break bales and do the bale counts and do the contamination studies. That's happening weekly at probably all MRFs in California. If it's happening at mine, it's happening at everyone else's. And so, I'd like to wait for CalRecycle to do the rulemaking on this and see where it comes out.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, it's Commissioner Toyota. I'm listening to what everyone's saying, and I definitely can see waiting because we have a lot that's kind of aimed at this already. But if they're already looking at bales, and that's happening every week, and there's still all of this material being shipped to places in Mexico and so forth where it's not being processed, then there is still a gap in what we need to do or what we could recommend to do.
Well, then I would suggest, it sounds like this general idea started a good discussion, and it would be great to have a couple of commissioners working on this because there are things, it sounds like, that could be done beyond what we've already done. I'm not sure that this was exactly what people are thinking about, but Commissioner Dell had some very specific thoughts on what Mexico and, how do we, I mean, that's right at our border. So I don't know, Commissioner Dell, Toyota, want to work with Commissioner Ward and maybe rethink this a little bit, or do we want to just put it off till July and think about it in the bigger picture?
If the only hangup is what we just highlighted, then I would suggest we take that out and move the rest.
Go ahead, Commissioner Davis.
Oh, I was, I'll speak for Commissioner Medrano, who's not here. His recycling market development zone covers the border of California, basically from San Diego, or at least eastern part of San Diego through Imperial County. So he may have some contacts and be able to put this. I don't know where these nasty bales are coming from. And how many of them there are, but he may be able to reach out through his contacts on the board.
Anybody else want to speak to this? Commissioner Levis?
It doesn't sound to me like we will have a consensus on anything similar to what is in the proposal, although I actually do agree that it would be helpful. I am still struck with the same issue that Palo Alto has raised of how would a jurisdiction know where their material is going? Yeah. Because the answer I think we all probably gave Palo Alto at the same time was ask your hauler. The hauler didn't really know, right? And so it is worth having further conversations about how do we create a system to allow jurisdictions to get verifiable information from their franchise haulers. And it might not be a regulatory system, it might be something else, but I'd be curious for the haulers on the commission and getting your sense of that.
I mean, I'll speak up for my organization. I mean, if an entity wants to know where materials flowed, can we provide information regarding that? Yeah, and do we? We do. Now, do we have proprietary information in terms of markets where we send materials to? Sure. And so that information, as you can imagine, would be proprietary. Can there be something so that folks get that kind of information? Yes, I think, but that's what's in play now. The Cal Recycle rulemaking, the signing of, trying to sign on to the Basel Convention, doing all those kind of things to address this issue. I just think that, to me, we're adding on to something that might not be needed because of a specific case where someone did not get information. Versus, is there a lot being implemented currently to provide that information? And the answer is yes.
So it sounds like we follow the regs, make sure they are what we think they should be. And if there's other specific ideas on how to, I mean, we've clearly got a problem that's not stopped with plastic exports. I think everybody's in agreement on that. The question is, how much more do we do now after we've already made recommendations and rulemakings are underway? And I guess I just leave it to the commissioners. If it doesn't feel like right now we've got agreement, but if there's another idea or several of you want to work together on something and bring it back, please do. And I see a hand up, Commissioner Sky or Dell.
Ward, I'm willing to work with you to give you the side of us moving materials. We move a lot of materials throughout the United States.
Oh, great. Okay. Commissioner.
Yeah, it's Commissioner Dell. I want to agree with Commissioner Oseguera and vehemently object. I'll start with agree. As Commissioner Dunleavy said, our DRS is getting updated, and it's getting updated partly because of all the questions we've had. We said, hey, selling it to a broker, that's not an answer. I vehemently object to this word proprietary. I'm sorry, you pick up our waste, you tell us where it goes. I worked for 10 years. Nike called me in, Mattel, Gap, all the supply chain companies. At first they said, oh, no, we're not going to tell you where we make Barbie. We're not going to tell you where we make our shoes. We're not going to tell you what labor they use if we discharge polluted wastewater. No, that changed. We got full supply chain transparency back to what tree your coffee bean comes from. The same transparency should be all the way for every bale to where it ends up. And yes, that has been the defense, proprietary, proprietary, no, I object. It is waste and public should get to know where it goes. Thank you very much.
So based on this discussion, I guess I'll withdraw this proposal. I don't think we got far enough for a first reading, but I think I may follow up with Commissioner Davis to look at potentially drafting a letter addressing the topics in recommendation number 2.
Okay. So thank you very much. It created another great discussion. And we always learn from each other when we do this. So thank you, Commissioner Ward. I'm sorry, yes, Commissioner Schneider.
Sorry. Commissioner Ward, could you, when you get that letter, you and could you send it on our way? I think that is something local government could be taking on, the letter for that. So maybe there's an additional pathway.
It'll definitely come to the commission first.
Yeah.
So you are going to proceed with the letter?
That's what I just said. My
Yeah.
intent is to work on the letter because I agree with what Commissioner Davis said. And I also admire that the rulemaking's happening and we should let the processes work as best they can.
Okay, very good. Then we'll go ahead and at this point, I think we're gonna have to move on. We've got to get to the report because we've only got 2 readings, this one meeting and then the 15th. The next item on the agenda is the data review and information requests. And this was just to make sure that any data request that we've asked for has been received, or if you had any comments or questions. I think 3 of them were posted up on the CalRecycle website. Did anybody have any questions on those? Ones I saw, see this one on the plastic QIP and who had received the QIP payments for July 21 through December of 21. The QIP provides $880 a ton for 2% or less of PET thermoforms and other contaminants. Any thoughts or questions on that? No?
I mean, not to get into prolonged discussion, but I think it's interesting that we're halfway through the year and we've spent, what is it, 5%?
Yeah.
10%? Well, it was a $10 million budget allocation and
There's only
we spent
500,000.
500,000.
Yep.
Generous allocation.
I'm sorry, what?
A generous allocation.
A generous allocation?
Well, by our estimates, it's about a quarter of CRV material going through MRFs that's getting paid. And so the interesting thing about that is that even if it was 100% of CRV material, the amount is too low. It would still only add up to $2 million.
So that means that there's not enough, the incentive isn't enough to get MRFs to clean up.
Yeah, and there are ongoing conversations in the legislature about this, which is probably the right venue for this, but just kind of interesting that we're at about 25% of the throughput, CRV MRF throughput that's getting this payment, and we've used up.
Well, but it's at 2% less thermoforms or other contamination. So,
right.
And I don't recall, maybe Commissioner Donlevy recalls, the commingled PET rate allows, is it based on 20%?
No, 61% or just under 61%.
61% PET bottles.
CRV bottles.
CRV bottles, yeah. So it's a big spread from that to 2%.
So it's very, very hard to achieve 2% and hardly anybody can get this QIP payment. Is that right?
Well, it's not really an incentive. It's a reward for people that were doing a good job already. And it was a combination of their facilities and how they were performing. They were getting a higher premium on the open market, but it wasn't a big enough incentive. It's $180 a ton, but if you discount it by the commingled rate, it's only $120 a ton or 6 cents. They would have to sacrifice 70 cents of garbage that was going into those bales to pull it out. It just doesn't make financial sense. So it wasn't really an incentive. It was a reward for those that were already doing a good job. I don't know that until there's something done with the commingled rate and what actually gets paid, things will change on the quality level, because the cost to take it from where they're at to that 2% is much greater than 6 cents a pound.
Right.
And
That's
just,
what I was thinking.
and just a reminder, the individual commingled rate study might have opened an avenue to do this, at least get paid more on the bales that are this clean, and get paid more on CRV because they have a greater concentration of CRV. The 180 was a statutory limitation, so it's that hasn't been price adjusted. But I think the use of individual commingled rate studies would be something that maybe we could reconsider at some point to reward this kind of performance. So.
Anything else on the information we got, or data requests that haven't been answered or anything? Okay, great. Then we'll go ahead and move on. The next item on the agenda really was, we were going to take a break at 2:30, but are you guys okay to continue to go through? Okay, great. So we'll just keep going. Let me know if you need a break. Go to agenda item 18. And this is where we're going through the report. And I want to thank Commissioner Ward again for doing the huge amount of work it takes to pull this together. And I think you were working with Kobe Sky as well, Commissioner Sky. And I looked at it yesterday, and they're really, and Commissioner Toyota had a lot of input, and her fingerprints are on it, with the thought of, really focusing this version of the report, our final, at the end of the 2 years report, on the circular economy, which is where clearly Cal Recycle is going. So I look forward to having you pull it up, and we'll go through it and give comments, because this is our last time to give feedback before Commissioner Ward and Sky will finalize it based on your comments, and we'll see it and approve it at the next meeting. Because if we don't approve it at the next meeting, we're going to have another meeting. Oh, Commissioner Sky. Or Dell.
It's Commissioner Dell. So yeah, I'd like to thank the authors. I downloaded it, read it on an airplane. I didn't put comments in. But I have one major overarching comment, which I think could be easy to address. This idea of the circular economy is fine to reference. But I ask that you take out any reference to the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, because that is a greenwashing organization funded by plastics and products companies to promote the false concept of the circular economy of plastics. There's been lots of articles that reference whoever was the father or mother or parent of the original concept of the circular economy of plastics, and you can reference back to them. But I ask, and I adamant about this, that reference to that corporate funded organization be taken out of the report. Thank you.
Okay, just brief drill down on that. I really like their what they call the butterfly image that shows the technical materials on one side, the organic materials on the other. Is it okay with you if we use that thing and include their name? Because that would be the right thing to do.
Can you
oh, I'm sorry, I'm not sharing.
I will pull that up right now. I really didn't like that, but I will pull that up right.
Do you have a suggestion on another group to reference?
There's the person that originally created the circular economy. I think is a guy from Sweden in 1960s or something. It could be, if I need to do a Google search on it, I can send it. But a quick Google search would show that, and that was the person who originally came up with the concept of it.
Okay, well, I appreciate the feedback, but for what it's worth, as we're going through this, I did use the 3 principles as described by the Ellen MacArthur Foundation as the framework for presenting this report. And so our proposals are clustered into designing out waste and pollutions, keeping products and materials in use, and regenerating natural systems. So that's so I'm presuming this other party you're referring to
it's probably
has
William
similar 1, 2, 3 kind of thing.
Yeah, William McDonough, it says, is the one who was the father of the circular economy and co-creator of the cradle to cradle design.
I think it was even before him, because
I thought so too.
yeah, it's way before him. So
I did the
why-
Googles. I did the Google search, Jan. Kenneth Boulding also used the term cowboy economy, which is what I learned. But according to Wikipedia, it's Kenneth Boulding. But, you know, I don't know how much.
I will endeavor to try to properly cite that.
I like the cowboy economy.
Well,
Can
I
you
would
work
have,
that in?
I do like that. I mean, no matter who funds the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, I do like their definition of circular economy in that it starts with source reduction, design waste and pollution out of the system, then keep materials in motion, and then go back and regenerate natural systems. And that's where I'm not sure, just because of whoever funded that organization, that to me is a very valid 3-point definition. If there's a better definition.
I've said this before. I mean, I think we should come up with California's version of this and sanitize it to be what and we need the circular and just economy, right? That doesn't leave some stakeholders out. And the reality is it's synonymous with circular economy of plastics over and over and over again. And so I have a serious problem with that. I don't think that we should be endorsing groups that,
Yeah, we understand that part. I guess, and I've always questioned, how do you have a circular economy that regenerates the natural systems that has plastics? Because I've never understood how plastics can regenerate natural systems ever. But I've pointed that out to the ACC and others, and I've never had an answer back. But nonetheless, I guess if you don't want to use the circular Ellen MacArthur Foundation, please help us find something or a definition, or we just use the definition and not cite them, or I don't know, but we've got to kind of answer this because I know we've got the report due in 2 weeks.
And towards that end, what I would recommend we do at this point is everybody follow along, make a commitment to actually add comments to the Google Docs, because that is where they are most useful on the draft report number 4 and the reports folder, please. But if you would allow me to, I'd be happy to go through how I've tried to structure this and then take general comments and then more specifics, because I think that way we'll get through it. Okay, so in my original version, I had essentially some color codes. The green was for the new text, the red was for text that needed to be removed, yellow was text that needed to be revised or updated, blue was for things that need technical information updated. So some of these are headings that need to be fleshed out, but I've incorporated much of the previous reports to the extent that it seemed applicable. And I've tried to, again, frame this as suggested by Commissioner Toyota to match the circular economy explanation. Also, I guess it's worth noting that while I respect Commissioner Dell's suggestion that we come up with a California model for this, in some ways it's similar to my discussion of the donut economy in that there is no overarching environmental law covering California beyond the California Environmental Quality Act. And so whatever it is we are presenting, we're presenting something that doesn't have the force of law. And so it is really just whatever is being discussed. And the circular economy is a decent framework for building on this discussion. But part of the reason why I thought that was such a good way to frame what we were doing is that the circular economy, particularly this butterfly model, and this is a repeat of what was in previous reports. We'll not want to update some of the facts, but this is kind of how did we get here. But then when you get to the circular economy portion, I'm sorry. So we have the background, and then what has happened? So I wanted to have a brief summary of international actions to control exports of mixed materials recycling, and I can tell from his research I will want to lean upon Commissioner Davis to help me flesh out those bits. We want to indicate what responses have been made to the Commission's suggestions thus far. And so here the blue is just a placeholder, but those were the headings in the prior report, just to jog your memory of what we were asking for previously. My thought is that we will completely eliminate those words, and we will just have a couple paragraphs sort of giving an overview about how the responses have gone. But essentially, they are primarily responses from the legislature and from Cal Recycle. So here we have a table, thanks to Commissioner Sky and his staff for compiling this, but the font is very small, but it does indicate the different policies and the associated legislation that was considered, and the status of that legislation was it was chaptered, vetoed, died, and then whether or not that bill actually addressed everything within the policy. So this is a quick and dirty table indicating how many pieces of legislation may have been influenced by the discussions and the policy proposals of this commission, and how many have yet to be addressed. And our information request to Cal Recycle is to be able to go through a similar table and indicate what responses Cal Recycle has made or has chosen not to make, or specifically, Zoe highlighted to me, and I think it's very valid, that Cal Recycle is deliberately following the will of the legislature. And so when the legislature is discussing a particular topic, Cal Recycle almost by definition has no opinion on that because they're waiting for the legislature to give that guidance. So, but we are looking to have a similar sort of table summarizing what Cal Recycle has done, how they, or what they intend to do, perhaps, with respect to the previous policy recommendations. Then we have actions from the governor's office. I need some help on this, perhaps from Chair Sanborn, but essentially a lot of the governor's office's action have either related to GoBiz, which is great, and then a lot of action related to the budget and the budget priorities. So I want to make sure that to the extent the governor's budgetary actions had any relevance to the commission's proposal, we want to address this here. Now we want to go into why are we structuring this for a circular economy? So even though I was going to just plow into the circular economy here, to me, also bears to have a discussion of what's an economy? How's the circular economy different from other economies? Why should we care? We need to at least have a couple paragraphs thrown at that. So that's the effort there.
When we say we're going to write, like we're out of time, like this is literally, we're going to have to start, we're going through this now, but we really need to go back to the top of this and go back and start putting words in here and make sure at least we've got an outline to flesh it out that meets the intent of the commission. Because otherwise we're just going to take a stab at it and we're going to be writing the whole report live at the next meeting.
So that's why I'm trying to go through the highlights of the outline. So then we go through moving towards a circular economy, and I'll adjust how we describe that circular economy, but I would be inclined very much to include this table or something very, very much like it. And the reason for this is that very, very, very core to any efforts to drive towards a circular economy is maintaining and retaining a separation of organic and technical materials. Technical materials being those that can be reused, repaired, recycled, refilled. And organic materials belong in a compost pile, belong in nature, belong in mulch. They fit into natural systems without any problems. And so part of the reason why this is so relevant to our conversation is that while many people will use the term circular economy, one only needs to walk down the grocery store aisle and see how many different ways organic materials and technical materials are inextricably intertwined, and that each one of those layers of organics and technical materials being blended requires some effort, some cost, some process to separate those materials later if we're going to be participating in a circular economy. So to emphasize how the commission's work fits into each of these things, then I go out through the three main pillars of a circular economy, and then I group the proposals under that. So we have design out waste and pollution. So now we have the put out the fire section from the previous report. We have the proposals under there. And we have leveling the playing field for recovery without adding new problems. Talking about historical subsidies, moving towards a circular economy. Here we're talking about outreach to prevent contamination and reduce waste, monitoring and Some of these things are placeholders and they may not be moving forward because I had to put them somewhere and indicate where they were falling. So obviously the ones like this one here and this one here, those are going to be pulled out because they're not moving forward. Then we have lead by example. This is where the state agency Buy Recycled campaign comes in. And this is, I incorporated much of the previous text. So in this section, this is where the text from the Market Development Committee got folded in. So I would specifically ask members of the Market Development Committee to look at that closely and see how we might be able to improve or update that text. And now we have the market development proposals. Then we have assure technical materials are recyclable. And talk about that a little bit. This is where the recycling section was copied. When it's white, it's just copied straight over from previous reports. And again, part of the intention of this text is as a primer for folks who are new to the field or legislative staff who have been asked to work on legislation, that there should be some mechanism by which they're given a brief history of how we got to be where we're at and how these laws fit together. So this is regarding what is recyclable, designing for recyclability, shrink sleeves, beverage containers, and hospitality textile recycling. Some of these things clearly I had trouble fitting in, so they kind of got tacked on. Protecting food grade recycling content, and actually it looks like both of those policies may be pulled, so that section may not appear. Keep biological materials compostable and clean, and here's the compost products certification and approval. Then we've got keep products and materials in use. And the first section we have is under rescue food. So we've got the food recovery policies. Then we've got waste prevention, right to repair, salvage and recirculate, which is different than waste prevention. So that's recovering resources from mixed C&D and carpet stewardship and flooring. Then we get to fixing the bottle bill for communities and glass markets. Reiterating previously adopted policies, which for those of the folks who are listening, we still care about the bottle bill. We still want more redemption centers, please. And then I specifically was hoping that John could write up a paragraph